right, we're live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal, and I'm joined by the returning Greg Lamberson. We'll talk about Frenzy Moon, which is very exciting. It's good to have you back.
I brought my head with me. Is that okay?
All right. Yeah, but you will not leave with it.
Oh, no.
That's part of the contract.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So for people who are not aware, it's probably only people who don't follow you. Can you give them an idea of what Frenzy Moon is about? Or will be about it?
It's about three couples who go out to a remote cabin in the woods because there are no other kinds of cabins in the woods. And they travel in separate vehicles. And one vehicle accidentally hits this guy running out of the fog who's wearing a ghillie suit and knocks him out. So they have to take him with them because it's so foggy they can't go back down the mountain immediately. And the situation is it's 7 people stuck in a cabin, and pretty soon they are surrounded by a pack of bloodthirsty werewolves. And I describe it as a cross between The Howling and John Carpenter's The Thing, because there is an element of paranoia inside as to whether or not one of them might have been bit and might become a werewolf, and so on and so on and so on.
It was interesting because I read you say that, but I read it after I watched the trailer that you have on the crowdfunding page, and I got that vibe watching it. I was like, oh, it kind of feels, has a little bit of the Thing, when he's pointing the gun at people and not knowing who they are.
Yeah.
Then when I saw you write that, I was like, well, I think you captured that kind of feel.
This is the second campaign. I did another one. I thought it was a year ago, but it turns out it was 2 years ago. And I did that first campaign for development funds. And the idea was to raise enough money to shoot some test footage of effects and maybe a proof of concept trailer and hire artists and stuff. And then get investors to finance this movie with investors and not go the crowdfunding route. And I found a good friend of mine who had some rich friends, and I sent him on a mission, and he struck out. He was not able to lock in any money. Not a reflection on him, but he kept hearing over and over how the rich people were not taking any chance investing on things right now because they were nervous about the economy, blah, blah, blah. So it took me a while to get into the frame of mind to do another crowdfunding campaign to actually make the film. I had to get there. I had to mentally get there. But when I used that line back then, John Carpenter's The Thing meets The Howling, I know people are like, bullshit. There's nothing like The Thing in this. And I, in the proof of concept, I wanted to convey that actually that is sort of one of the themes.
Yeah. When you're talking there about trying to get investors and, the crowdfunding, someone who's been making movies for decades, how has that changed over all these decades? Just you're trying to get a movie made, or at least trying to get the funding for a movie.
Well, it's always different whenever I try to do it, but it was kind of easy for Johnny Gruesome in that I had a partner who knew somebody who had come into a lot of money, and we just had to convince her to take a chance on us. And unfortunately, we did not take one of the rules of successful marketing is you have to take good stills on set, especially if you have a monster. It's not enough to do screen caps. You have to. And we did not give them the materials they needed to make a really good box art. And they slapped the worst fucking art on that, and it really hurt the film. So I'm like, what am I going to do now? I was counting on this thing making a profit, and it isn't going to. There is money coming in. It always goes to the investor. It's not a complete disaster, and that's when Widow's Point came along. And for Widow's Point, Richard Chismar had written the book, so I had that element, and I was able to convince my friend Craig Sheffer to star in the film. So we were able to go to a number of investors for maybe $20,000 each or so. And I raced to get that film finished by the end of the year because I wanted to be responsible to my investors, and I did it. And we sold the rights to a U.S. company, and then the pandemic hit. And the sales agent handling the film would have gone to all these film markets. Well, all those film markets were closed. And by the time they started opening up again, the film had been pirated all over the world. So it was a complete disaster. So now I've had 2 films that have not done what they should have done. And one of them was really a disaster. So I don't feel like I should be approaching investors, especially not with distribution at that time being up in the air. That's what led to Guns of Eden, doing the action movie. crowdfunding the whole film. We ended up getting an investor at the end for finishing funds, but at that point, most of the film had been done, and we just needed some money for deliverables. And he got that money back, and that film's been seen by almost 6 million people, and it's gotten some money coming in. So it's made me feel quite a bit better to be giving people checks. And now we're back in the situation where nobody wants to invest in anything, even though all the indicators are that the economy is doing strong other than inflation. Nobody wants to do it. And the truth is, independent films are not a sound investment. I mean, if an investor does it, it has to largely be because they want to have fun and they want to be part of that process. And, I always tell people you have to be willing realistically to lose it all, because that could happen. And then, it always says that in my paperwork. You never guarantee how much money somebody's going to make. Annabelle is.
Yeah, Annabelle is here. Hello.
I'm so sorry I'm late. I was kind of listening, waiting, hoping there was a good time to jump in. What a story.
This is different, because usually it's you, and I'm here with like 2 or 3 other people. And now I'm the one who's kind of surrounded.
Yes, you're outnumbered now.
If Troy was here, I would really be feeling insecure.
Yeah. So I don't think I don't think you've both been on the show before.
Never.
Oh, I don't think so. Here we are today.
The same way that I know people know my daughter, because I post endlessly about her. I mean, I've probably seen every diner you guys have eaten in the last year.
There's been a lot of them, which is fun. And for anyone out there, we're always open for new suggestions. So if you know any cool diners or places to eat, we would like to find out.
Nearer to New England than not.
Right. Or if we're traveling somewhere.
Yes.
But so Werewolf. So in particular, how long have you wanted to make a werewolf movie or Wolfman movie?
So I wrote a script that inspired the Frenzy Way novels. I did 3 of those books back in 1986, 86 or 87, like right after Slime City. I wanted to do a bigger budget monster movie, and I wrote that script, and then I put it in a drawer. And I don't know, 15 years later, I turned it into the first of the books, which did well. It was well reviewed. It won some awards, and it did well enough that I did the 2 sequels. But, those were like the French Connection meets werewolves. A lot of big action, cops fighting werewolves, like a major motion picture. Like Bruce Willis would have had to have started at that in his prime. Big budget films. So there's no way I was going to do those. So I developed this specifically because I do have a werewolf audience. Let me do a Cabin in the Woods movie where I control everything. It's a simple production other than the fact of dealing with all the practical effects. And it's been a while since I've really done a lot of practical effects.
Would it still be in that same universe? Like if people have followed your novels, would it still be like the werewolves from that world?
So I want them to think yes, but the answer is no.
Okay.
Because in the novel, they're these wolf-like creatures who adapt human personas to fool us. They're not the traditional werewolves, and in the movie, they're more the traditional. You get bitten by a werewolf, you turn into a werewolf.
I like this alternate being. It's an interesting idea. I love traditional werewolves, so it's cool. Either way, it's werewolves, it's werewolf things, and the practical effects super cool in that. It's not a trailer. You know what I'm talking about? Your promo for this.
The proof of concept.
Your cool little werewolves. Oh my lord.
So that's an 18-inch rod puppet, and the puppet looks very cool, but it's meant to be seen a specific way. And in our trailer, it's sort of standing in for a man in a suit. So we showed it very briefly, because cool. I don't want people to think it's stop motion the whole film. Yeah. Really, this campaign is about getting the money to spend the summer making the monster suit.
It's awesome.
Which will be full size and animatronics and the work.
So will both be used in the movie though? So like when the werewolf's at a distance, you use like the puppet, or is the puppet?
There will definitely be shots of this in the movie, just not used the way it was in the proof of concept.
Yeah.
And back to when you're talking about getting investors for a movie, especially independent movie. But I will say the one thing about horror movies, because I go to the movies all the time, I'm not saying they all go to the theaters, but they're more likely a lower budget horror movie is more likely to go to theater than a lower budget other genre of film. I see.
Yeah, that's still this case, and it's still the case that horror films are, when they get released, they are still the most profitable films.
Yeah.
And every time someone says, the genre's dying, one of these things will come out and make 50 million. And everyone wants to make a horror film, and it never goes away. Horror is always with us, and maybe it dips a little, but it never completely fizzles out. And then something else comes along. And during the pandemic, I don't see a lot of films. I'm not like you. I know you see everything. I'm going to Boston today, and I'm going to see this and this. I don't have time. I can't afford it. It's a family of 3, and we live on an independent filmmaker's salary. Consequently, I'm always behind on the newest horror films. So when everyone's talking about something, it took me a while to realize that films were suddenly streaming, and that's why all of a sudden everyone was seeing the same movie that they had a trailer for a week before. That part of the industry has changed. Now they release a trailer, and the movie can be out a week later if it's streaming. It's not months in advance. So that lead in has become different. But I caught up on a lot of things, like movies that have been released. In fact, you commented, Neil. You said, "What are you, in a time machine?" I saw a ton of movies, and I thought there were a lot of really good horror films. And I'm a guy who goes on Wikipedia immediately when I'm watching something. And when I realized there was a lot of these movies that I was loving, though, they still had $17 million budgets.
Yeah, independent's a very broad term. Yeah.
One of the reasons Barbarian is so good is that they spent 3 months shooting it, and it had 17 million. That's, in my mind, that's a big budget. But
yeah. And I always have I like the movie, but I'll always look at it poorly because they put Barbarian, a sneak preview of it, right after our world premiere at Fright Fest. So we were right after Terrifier 2, and then they put Barbarian. And so during our Q&A, people were like leaving, like, we got to go see Barbarian. I was like, I get it. It's opening next week everywhere, but I understand.
I know. When, Paul McGinnis was on here a couple of times, when we did Killer Rack, I was like, this film is so funny. The script is so funny. We're going to go out on the festival circuit, and we're just going to clean up. Well, who knew that the guys did What We Do in the Shadows for $1 million, and they were doing the festival circuit. So they kicked our asses in, his best comedy everywhere. And it bugged me. And then I watched the movie, and I freaking loved it.
Oh yeah, it's so good. We had a lot of those guys on the show because I love the movie so much. And I remember, I forget the guy's name now. He made the Thor movie and stuff. And when I asked him to come on, they told me, this was before he really blew up, and they're like, well, he's in pre-production for the new Thor. And I was like, what? Like, it was like so weird because I didn't expect like that, but good for him.
Yeah. And then he had to do that other Thor.
Yeah, that one's not so great, but good for him for making it, I guess. Yeah. So
I do feel like this whole indie budget, like indie movie thing, does kind of need to be redefined, because now it's like micro budget feels like rude. You've got a micro budget movie. I don't know. This is an indie film, and then you hit like, I don't know, maybe $100,000. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. $100,000 is a lot of money.
It is. That's what I'm going to end up making this for.
Yeah.
But Widow's Point was $250, and Johnny Gruesome was $250, and then Guns of Eden was back down to $70. So I've done it in that scale. But I've never tried to do something with a lot of special effects like this at that scale. I just have no choice. And, I did that development funds campaign, and I owe people perks, and I owe a movie, and I'm dying to do a movie. And it's every single time it's just like I'm going to have to compromise and not do what I thought I was going to do and do the best I can.
I mentioned this one other time. I'll say it real quick. The first time I was at Fright Fest doing interviews, and I interviewed a guy, and I told him, wow, this movie looked great. And I assumed it was like a low budget movie. And he told me that it cost $50 million. And I was like thinking, well, I guess it doesn't really look that great. I don't know. But I was like, I don't know. It never went anywhere either, which, too bad for him, but I just didn't understand why it cost so much.
A lot of times, back then you would lie and you would double or triple the budget to try and sell it for more. So maybe that was the case.
Yeah, it was
Mhm.
cool, but yeah, it was weird. But so practical effects, which is, I think everyone watching this is excited about that. Not very many people are going to talk to you like, oh, I prefer CG, but
No.
practical effects and practical werewolf. That's a good time. But like you said, you also not only do they have to look cool, you have to know how to shoot them. Because we've talked to effects artists, and they'll say like they made something cool, but the director didn't know how to shoot it, so like they exposed stuff that shouldn't be exposed, and
Yeah.
but you have history with that. So is that something you think about when you're putting the movie together?
Well, I mean, I wanted to do this film after Johnny Gruesome, and I've been rewriting the script all those years. And when I say rewriting it, maybe I just change commas, but I don't like to be inactive. And if the movie's not happening, and I can go through the script and make any improvements, I do. So I'm constantly revisiting it. I know how I want this thing to look, and I have a regular cinematographer now. Chris Cosgrave, who shot my last movie, Guns of Eden, he's been doing digital effects and the graphics and like the campaign cards and stuff for me, going back to Killer Rack. And at this point, I was the one who said, you need to shoot this movie because he's a big action guy. Now he's shooting quite a few films. He's his kid, he's like me, he's got kids, and it makes things harder. But his kids are getting bigger, so now he can shoot things. Very important for a director to have a director of photography that he really gets along with and understands, and they have a shared communication. We're just a look and a nod means something, that type of relationship. And I really haven't had that since my first film. And now I do. And we've been, he's been on the development of this all this time. So I know that visually it's going to have something. You can see a little bit of that in that trailer. It's got a lot more kick to the images than I generally have. And even though we chopped it up, that bit where the guy's shooting the machine gun at the werewolf, that was one shot on a dolly. That laser beam is real. That's a real laser sight. And we pumped haze in there so you could see it. And we laid the dolly across it. And in the long take, the camera travels along the laser beam right into a close-up on the guy. We're going to have a lot of shots like that. So that's what raises something in my mind, is if there's a real visual punch to it.
And because that's like not something that's outrageously expensive to do. You just have to have someone that knows what they're doing.
And have the time. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these films get shot in 10 days, Neil. Sometimes 10 days is a luxury. I want 15 for this, and it's probably going to be 13. But it takes a certain amount of time to light a scene. If you're shooting outside like I did with Guns of Eden, or if you're shooting in a hotel like you did for a lot of the Once and Future Smash stuff, you just don't worry about the lights and you worry about the performances and you move. But once you have to light a scene, it's a little more difficult.
Yeah, and then for Once and Future Smash, people don't know, that's a mockumentary, so it people are going to realize it's supposed to look like wherever it's supposed to be. It's not. There's not really a lot of mood in a movie like that. But I want to mention the guy with the gun is Aaron Krieger, who we got on the show, and I really like him a lot. I like him as a person, and I like him in stuff, and so I was happy to see he's in your movie. And I remember when I had him on, I think you had known him, but you didn't. When I had him on the show, like you had known him, but I don't think you guys had met yet.
We had maybe been at some one film gathering once, but for 15 years, we had just never really been in the same circle. And I was aware of him, and I know he does theater work, and I saw him in a play, and that he had a small part in Guns of Eden. So that's how we found out. And then in talking to him, I got to realize, we have a lot in common. And now I'm really looking forward to working with him and all the people in the cast, all the principal players. They're all theater actors, because there's a lot of dialogue, and I can't have another film where the first comment I see from some YouTuber is, "Oh, the acting sucks and it looks like it was shot with a phone." That's the first thing they say all the time. That's why I disable the comments. YouTube's the worst.
That is very wise.
Yeah.
But,
well, social media itself is pretty bad, but
it can be brutal.
Yeah. But it also can be great, obviously.
But I mean, usually I know they're being unfair. I mean, I know if I have an 8K camera shooting, it wasn't shot with a phone. If I'm actually paying for a full crew to be there, it wasn't shot with a phone. It's funny. I did do a film where the director said, "Hey, we should shoot this with a phone," just because he wanted to be edgy and cool. I was like, "No, we're not going to shoot it with a phone. Get that out of your mind."
So a lot of people are saying hello. Jimmy McGuire.
Hello,
It's
Jimmy.
very Jimmy's. Jimmy Vorkills. And I saw Craig Lindbergh is here. Creepy Craig.
I was wondering. I was thinking about Craig today. I was like, oh, should have let Craig know we're going to be on the show.
Yeah, Craig's a good guy. I met Craig through Buffalo Dreams Fantastic Film Festival.
Correct. And now he's not Ed McMahon, but he's at least Burt Reynolds on this show, right?
Yeah, he pops up. He's we haven't had him on for a little while, but he even has his own name, Creepy Craig, so he can pop on. And he set up an upcoming guest. Thank you, Craig. Yeah. Good guy. So the pup, when did you even come up with the idea to do the puppeteering? Like, the puppeteered wolf.
So I'm sure, like both of you, I know that one shot of the Howling, that one shot of the 3 stop motion animation werewolves, and the guy who's doing the effects, the main guy. There's 2 of them. There's one guy who does the sculpting. That's why I said the main guy, John Vincent, and his partner Mike Bose. And John Vincent, these guys are in Rochester, an hour away from me. He spent some time working in LA, and he actually worked for David Allen, the stop motion animator who did like Robot Wars and things like that. And those werewolves were in David Allen's office, and he would see them every day. So it was a conversation piece. I was like, oh yeah, it'd be kind of cool to do that. This is when I thought I was going to get $500,000 to do the movie, So when we raised the development money, we decided that he would build this puppet because that's one of the things he does. He does stop motion animation, and he does rod puppets. And that's what this is. It's a rod puppet. It's moved for puppeteers, one and the head and, all these guys standing around moving this thing around, and then they have to digitally remove them. So that's really how it came about. And then we started adding more and more stuff. And then they started saying like, well, these shots that you want to do live action, we should do with a puppet. And I was like, no, I want a man in the suit movie. We can accentuate it with this and a lot of cool bits, but I know the look I want, and it has to be a dude wearing a suit or a gal wearing a suit.
Yeah. Ooh. And I'm happy that it's 2-legged. I like my werewolves on 2 legs.
I agree. When American Werewolf came out, it hadn't been done before, so it was kind of innovative at the time. But I mean, I said from the get-go, I won't hide it. I said, they should have the physique of the Howling and maybe the face of an American Werewolf. That's the direction I want you to go in.
Yeah.
It's really, I know most people say this, American Werewolf in London is their favorite, werewolf movie. It's my favorite, but it's not my favorite werewolf. Like, I love the movie and I love the transformation, but it's not the greatest werewolf movie.
No, but it's a good one.
He's barely in it either.
It is. He's
like in it one shot, really.
No, he's in the whole last 20 minutes. I mean, he goes crazy in London. You see a lot of him.
Yeah, I think you kind of don't. You mostly see like the havoc he's creating, but you don't really see him full on till like
he's prowling the streets.
It's usually the puppet attacking a guy and going out of frame fast. There's a few shots where they show like the front legs moving, but you don't see the back legs.
Yeah. And so can you talk about some of the cool perks on the Indiegogo?
They're really the same old, just like every campaign. I think the one that I think it makes it unique is these posters that we do, where if you become a supporting producer, an associate producer, we're doing a poster, a numbered poster, and those people have their names in the credit block. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
We sell my books, and I haven't put any of my DVDs up, but I will. But I did an illustrated screenplay with all the concept art put into the script. So that's a digital perk for somebody that just wants to spend, $30-$40. And then there will be a hard copy, which again will be signed and numbered. So it's sort of a collector's edition at a higher tier. And I set it up. I think the smart way to do it is that each successive tier adds something to what was underneath it. So if somebody wants to upgrade, they can just pay the balance, and it's not a big deal figuring out.
Yeah, I want this, but it's not part of the one above it or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of things that don't quite fit in that, but I spend a fair amount of time making sure everything seems to make sense and the pricing tier is right. And the thing is, I contribute to some campaigns, usually just for friends, but when I contribute, I usually just contribute a flat amount. But if I get something, it's because I want people visiting the campaign to see items are moving.
Yeah.
But I'm more about, helping the filmmaker out than what I actually get. I think having a producer credit means something if it's a good film. So on the more expensive ones, and we've sold some, the difference is you get listed in the main titles, or you get single frame credit, and so on and so on. I'm going to make this a little more interactive during production than I have in the past. I'm not going to worry about keeping the effects a secret or anything. I want to do live streams during the shoot. I want people to know what's going on and get excited about it. Because my feeling is the only people who are going to watch that are people who are involved with the campaign or who are on our Facebook pages anyways, and that the overall audience still isn't going to see that stuff. So there will be a certain amount of element of surprise for the main audience, but for the people who are involved with the campaign, they'll be able to see what's going on. They're going to know where we are.
And I think that's fun. And where will people go to check that out? I know you say it's on social media, but.
Well, my page now is open to the public. I always have to make it open to the public when I'm campaigning. And then I shut it down and make it private because, my daughter, now she's an adult, but she used to be young, and there's some creeps out there. And
there are.
We had a few incidents. There's this one crazy guy.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Stalking everybody, and anytime you would call him out, he would go deep and find kids on your feed and start looking them for his creepy friends. And none of it, there was a whole network of people trying to get him arrested and this and that, and nothing ever happened to this guy.
That's horrible.
But
it's really weird because everyone knows you can get happens to me all the time, get suspended sometimes for 90 days for nothing, and then someone actually does something, and it's almost impossible to ever report them and nothing ever happens. When they,
well, it's that thing that if you post it with it.
What was that? Sorry.
So, it's one of those weird things. So Gregory Lamberson, that's my main thing. There's not a separate page for the film, but the campaign is on Indiegogo.
Did you guys
Yes.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, did you guys already get into you mentioned The Howling, we mentioned American Werewolf, but what drives you to love werewolves? Because from your video, you love them. This is important to you. What is it that connected you with werewolves? You're surely not like an adult saying, "Oh, I suddenly like werewolves."
I think my first werewolf was the Groovy Ghoulies, Sabrina, the Groovy Ghoulies cartoon. Yeah, but for me, it's not werewolves per se as much as just monsters. I've always loved monsters. They were all big part of the cartoons I watched when I was 3 or 4, and I just continued loving them. And then the Aurora monster model kits, and then the Hammers, the Universal. It just went on. And even some of my movies have monsters, but not enough. And I felt it was really time to do one where I just really went all out for a monster. And hopefully it'll be a memorable one.
Why did you end up doing werewolves, though? Because you had your books, and now you have this. Why do you think you went towards that? Because it's not easy. You're talking about effects and everything. This is not an easy thing to make.
Yeah. I had a lot of good reaction to the novels. Yeah. And it makes you think, and you start daydreaming. And, once the story seizes, that's what you got to do. Sometimes I hold off writing a screenplay because I don't want to get in that frame of mind where I really want to make the movie. But I really wanted to make the movie. And it was also a little different for me because I've never done a Cabin in the Woods movie. Mm-hmm. And other than Johnny Gruesome, which, I was 18 when I wrote that, so it made sense. I've never done one with really young characters. These are college students, not high school students. But my characters have typically aged with me, and now I'm at the point where nobody wants to see that. So specifically couples, diverse, it's as wide appeal as possible is the audience I want. Yeah. And to try and make something scary, which usually isn't a concern. Annabelle, my novels are very different from my films because they're more serious and more ambitious. I'm never limited by budget. And that's why they've done very well and people have really enjoyed them. The films, I tend to go a little campy intentionally just because I don't have the money. Yeah, so I'm starting off in a less ambitious place. On this one, I'm trying to go in a different direction. I'm trying to do something that will far exceed what we're working with.
That sounds scary and exciting.
Yeah. I'm getting on and I need to make it happen. So
Yeah.
I'm at the point now where the work I do, it's not with some dream of having greater success down the road. It's just trying to do the best I can and leaving my mark in some way.
Wow.
So it's too bad Troy and Craig aren't on here though when you mentioned models, because they're a big fan of the Aurora model kits, and they both still put them together as far as I know.
I've been in Craig's basement and I've seen all his models and his monsters and his Star Blazers, and I've known Craig since the early 90s. We've been friends a long time.
Yeah,
I know his little fanboy things, and I've wandered around Chiller with Craig, so I've seen him, picking things up and looking at them, and having the conversations. Really, well.
So, and you're talking there kind of about a legacy, like you want this movie as part of your legacy, and I think a lot of people also know you from the festivals. And Buffalo Dreams Fantastic Film Festival has come to an end, and you started a new festival. Is that something you would also like? I want this to go on and be something that you're remembered for, helping other independent filmmakers.
Two-part answer to that. Yes, I mean I wasn't ready for it to end, but it just was not making any money, and my partner Chris is at a point where he was launching a business of his own. He's publishing graphic novels, and we had to stop it, but I wasn't ready to end it. So it's going to be basically the same festival. I mean, everything that you would remember about Buffalo, other than the venue, because that's been torn down.
Yeah.
It's basically going to be the same festival. So the deeper question is, I'm at a point where besides wanting to do certain things with my own projects, I am trying to pay it forward. It's a big part of how I spend my time. For 15 years, I've been helping sort of build this film industry in Buffalo. It's at the point now where there are people coming in who don't even know that I was part of ground zero when things started happening, and that's fine. But I've been teaching screenwriting at college, so I've been working with young people that way. I've always been mentoring people. A lot of people in this town got their break working on my films. Like maybe they work for me for free, maybe they work for me for cheap, and now they're in the union doing good work, and they remember that I gave them their first shot. So I formed a nonprofit that I'm going to start talking about once this campaign is over, which is going to be about bringing in underrepresented communities into our local film community and exposing them and helping them get their foot in the door. And that's sort of what the festival's always been about for me too. I love when filmmakers come and show their films. I love that when they come, our local base starts following them and supporting them and thinks of them as friends. That family is kind of a corny thing to say, but really that's how it's always felt at that festival, and that's what I want to continue.
Yeah,
I've heard nothing but amazing things about this festival. Not just Neal, but throughout the lands. Very beloved.
I have to say, I'm very humbled by the festival that my wife and daughter put on, which is the Valkyrie International Film Festival, which is films directed by women.
Yeah.
And obviously they've been helping me for years, so they've had an inside look at how to do things, but they had their own philosophy, and they've done it 2 years in a row now. And both times women have come all over from different states. Small venue, that allows alcohol and you can sit at tables and stuff like that. The level of support that these women have for each other, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. And there's such a great communal feeling every minute that it's going on. They're like, wow, this is really great. I mean, I aspire to that with my festival, and I think sometimes we hit it, but not like this. There's like you can just tell there's a sense of the greater good going on here.
I like that.
Yeah, and I always bring up your festival because I personally like the festivals that have the community feel. I've been to a couple, quote unquote, like giant festivals, and while that's cool and all, it doesn't have the same feel at all. I especially like ones that are on one screen, because I think there's also something special about everyone watching the movies together over several days. You feel bonded together, and the community aspect of, as soon as I went there, I didn't make anything at that time. But you could tell like there's people that had been there before, and there's new people, and people that keep coming and like, hey, what are you working on now? And then people collaborate together, and To me, that's the best part of the festivals in general.
Yeah, I totally agree about the single screen thing. And it seemed like it took a few years, but finally people were getting that it is not about just coming and showing your movie and then disappearing, but coming and participating and meeting people. And at the last festival, the last Buffalo Dreams, we named a local woman our filmmaker of the year. She had done 3 or 4 48-hour short films, and every one of them was like feature film quality, like really good work. And she came out of nowhere. And we showed this great film. I don't know what it's called now that it's being released, but it's about a submarine that encounters a mermaid. And it's sort of an alien type situation where it's running around in the sub. And they shot that movie on a real sub in like 6 days, but you would never guess it was a 6-day shoot. She connected with them at the festival, and they hired her to direct her first feature for them in Canada. And I mean, to me, that kind of networking, it's ridiculous not to take advantage of it. And when you get a lot of creatives together like that, things like that can happen. And the same thing at my wife's festival. A lot of directors mentoring local filmmaker, like a woman from Boston. She's come out a couple of years, and she's now acting in films for some of the local filmmakers here, and kind of mentoring them. And I just see a lot of that going on, and I really like it.
How did they get into that? Because obviously here you are, you're doing this, and then wife and daughter. Tell us more about them, because this sounds like a great festival, and it's like here you are able to sell this place with us. So tell us more.
My wife co-produces my movies with me. She gets stuck with the boring work, the scheduling, the paperwork, the taxes. And this is very common. You see this a lot on the festival circuit. You see a lot of directors and here's my producer. And then through the Q&A, you're like, they're obviously a couple. They live together. They're making all these intimate jokes, blah, blah, blah. There's all sorts of reasons for that. Many of them financial. Many of them you need somebody with you night and day working as hard as you are on something. You really need a partner, even if they're not doing the creative work. And in some instances, the producers are very creative, but generally they're taking more the business role. And when they do festivals and stuff, they do the communications. Oh yes, I'm representing blah, 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 the director. And you're just thinking boyfriend, you're representing your boyfriend, but that's okay. And then you meet them and you get to know them, and everything's cool. But I've done my share of going around to festivals, and they have seen this at those festivals and at mine, that sometimes there will be a woman director, but they're usually in the minority. And usually the women who are part of it are producers. They are the girlfriend of or wife of a male director. And they just wanted to see what else was out there. And now we see the opposite. We see the husbands and boyfriends are the producers sometimes, and that's great. And sometimes it's not that way at all. Sometimes it's an all women crew. We've seen 4 or 5 women come out together. Maybe one guy drives and carries their guitar case, very strong people, very strong-willed people, very creative people. And, there is a certain amount of competition at film festivals, which is something I don't like, but you just have to do the awards. You can't do without it. Never felt like there was any sort of competition among these folks. They literally were there to see each other do well, to support each other, and to continue following each other after that point. And a number of the people who came the second year were people who were friends of the people who came the first year. So the third year, there will probably be both sets, and it's probably going to explode. The level of love that people expressed while they were there and when they left was great. And when they opened for submissions just a couple of weeks ago, they got like 6 submissions on their first day, just from people who had heard about it. I've never had 6 submissions in my first day. And I've done it for 14 years. So
yeah. Wow. That's exciting. It sounds like it's like exciting for them. How did your daughter get involved? Just she's your daughter, and here's 2 of these people.
Both, they got to travel with me when I do these things. And when we did Widow's Point, my daughter had a major role in the film. She was like the second lead after Craig Sheffer. So I tried to make that sort of a family type thing. She doesn't want to be a filmmaker. She's into literature and stuff. She's graduating this year, and she's going to Cornell. So she's on her way. But I will tell you that the film festival really impressed the admissions people at all the colleges she spoke to. Like the fact that they formed their business together, and she was a high school student. And one of the differences between them is my wife is an introvert. She's shy. She's friendly, but she's not outgoing. My daughter's a lot more like me. My daughter's seen me do these Q&As for years and years and years, and now she does them better than I do. And Neil will say I do pretty good ones, but she
not just you here. I always bring it up because I think your Q&As are one of the best, and I've been to a lot of festivals, and I always think you add a different perspective. Being a filmmaker, I think, adds a lot to that. So you ask questions that not everyone asked during the Q&As.
Well, she's not necessarily a film person, even though she's grown up on sets.
Sure.
I mean, she was 3, she was going to the effects lab for Snow Shark with me, seeing how the shark puppet was made and stuff. And definitely not a horror person, although she did just love reading Frankenstein. She's a literature person. But she's very politically minded. She's a super feminist. And this is something that does very well in that environment of all these women coming together, sharing their work.
John,
and what time of year is that? Just to what time of year is that for people who are interested?
It is March, which is Women's History Month. I think the one coming up in March, maybe the last time it's in March, because that'll be when my daughter comes home for spring break. I have the feeling they may have to move to summer, but we'll see. But one of the things that they have done the first 2 years, which they won't be able to do the third year, and which most festivals don't, is they watch every film together and then discuss it. And usually you just have a bunch of judges who have their own systems, and maybe you assign different categories to one person, so you're not even worrying about adding scores together and averaging them and stuff. But that's the other way you do it, and they've never done it that way. So there'll be something different changing, but that was the way this was formed. Them
it sounds like people
together, making every decision together, and a great mother-daughter project.
That's amazing. And people are already submitting films to this?
Yeah.
So, ladies.
Yeah, it will get bigger. There's no question about it.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And I think independent film, independent horror movies was ahead of the curve on that. Like, I started, a few years ago was when you started to see a lot of women directors in independent horror films at festivals and stuff.
We make a big deal now about the fact that there's all these women-led action films, and supposedly all the shows are woke because the main characters are female and stuff. But horror and action have been doing that since the 60s. There've been strong female leads in like the movies I used to go to on 42nd Street. Alley Cat, that was one,
Yeah, it was funny when they were even saying that about like the new Terminator, and I was like, well, isn't the first Terminator like led by a strong female character or Alien and stuff? I was like, I don't know. But...
Well, I mean, Sigourney Weaver was really the first mainstream one. Jamie Lee Curtis a little bit in that movie Blue Steel. I remember when it came out, Female Cop. That was a big deal critically. A lot of people acknowledging that it was a big shift in women in action films. But still, that was late 80s, early 90s. The B movies on the Deuce had been doing it for years.
Yeah.
John Reddy wants to know, what's your opinion on screenwriting books that follow formula such as Save the Cat versus being yourself?
Well, funny you should bring that up, because Save the Cat is sort of my whipping boy. I was brought up studying a guy named Sid Field, who was really the first screenwriting guru, and he wrote a bunch of books, and his structure offers the key points that they all do, but has large gaps so that you can be creative. Whereas Save the Cat has 16 specific story points, and you just slot your story in there, and it creates a very formulaic thing. And it also it doesn't work for every genre. It's great for action films, but not great for romantic comedies. And it's a very simple book. And usually if somebody says, oh yeah, just read this book, I kind of bristle. But the reality is that these are the books that the studio executives read. So if you're trying to write a screenplay that can be sold, some guy is looking through your page numbers to see if things are happening like it says they're supposed to in this book. I tell my students, use it as a guideline. Rules are made to be broken. And if you have a really good story, no one's going to hold it against you that you don't have the 8th plot point on exactly the page that these guys say it's got to be. But you should get used to that formula. You should be aware that that's how most movies work and be open to possibly using it. If you're having trouble writing a screenplay, finishing a screenplay, maybe consulting one of those diagrams will actually help you. But Save the Cat is one that if it wasn't my wife's copy instead of mine, I would just pick it up and throw it across the room and clap.
I'm sorry, Joe. He actually told me last night. He's like, before you finish your script for Arbor Day, make sure you read Save the Cat. So now I have a different. Let's see. Pepe.
Speaking of screenwriting, what do you think about this AI? This new let's take AI to make scripts.
So, just a year ago, I was a keynote speaker at a small local film festival that I like a lot because it's free and it's a lot of networking and stuff. And my speech was about AI and the dangers of AI. And that's while the writers were still on strike. So people were kind of hearing that term, but they weren't really giving it any thought. And here we are 1 year later and it's everywhere. And in my on my campaign page, there is some artwork that was created AI. I hired a guy to do inexpensive artwork. I didn't ask him. And somebody pointed out, oh, yeah, well, that's AI. I'm like, oh, is it? And I was kind of disappointed because I really like the artwork, but I paid for it, so I'm using it. But now I know I have to specify, don't use AI. I think it's a lot more frightening. And I know a lot of people use them for what's called a lookbook. A lookbook is a thing you put together with images to try and interest investors. And a lot of people are using AI for that. And you can always tell. It's sort of like, remember when... what was the Christmas movie with the train that Zemeckis did? You know, North Pole Express or something like that. Remember, we talked about the lifeless eyes.
And they were scary.
That's what you see in these lookbooks. Yeah, there's something almost supernatural about all of them, regardless of what the subject matter is. So I think in terms of artwork, it can be a tool. And, you know, for independent filmmakers who can't draw, certainly it's something, a legitimate thing. A woman whose film my wife showed, she used to be an animator. I mean, she still is, but she has long-term COVID and she can't work for more than 2 hours. So she did a film with her daughter using AI. And who's going to say, no, you can't find an alternative that will allow you to keep creating? I think with the writing, it's a different thing. And one of the things that scares me is one of the ways that I make my money is I go through a service called Upwork and I get freelance jobs. Sometimes they're doing rewrites. Sometimes they're critiquing a screenplay. There is a service now that uses AI to critique writers' screenplays. I belong in a Facebook group with 88,000 screenwriters, and they did a thread on this, and a whole bunch of them were saying, yeah, I use that service, and I got really good feedback. What's more frightening, that the service can do that, or the people who are actual writers are willing to trust AI to critique their screenplay? There's something really off there.
People are also having AI write their screenplays.
Well, that's the other thing. None of the jobs that I do that I can tell have gone this way. But when I'm looking for jobs, I see a lot of jobs for people who have used AI to write a script, and now they want a human to come in and fix it up, to clean it up. Oh. And that's what the Writers Guild strike was about. That's what they were trying to prevent. They don't want AI being used, because if you're doing a formulaic show, going back in time, Magnum PI, and you feed it in 4 scripts, AI can spit out another script that's almost legit. And then you hire a human to come in and for one day go through it and look for mistakes and clean it up a little. That writer is getting that work instead of 6 weeks work.
Yeah.
So that was a big part of the Writers Guild strike. It is, I have this conversation too often with a lot of my friends, but You also have to be aware there's always going to be that one person who doesn't care, and they're going to do whatever they can with it, and that's what's going to be out there. And so just making people aware of it, I think, is the only step. And I agree with people who say that it's probably going to get bad, and then things will start swinging back in the right direction. But it's going to be scary for writers who are trying to make a living, as a lot of this work is going to artificial intelligence.
And like you said, with the Polar Express eyes, is that the AI is constantly evolving. So it's really is getting to a place where people are not going to know.
Just like a year or so ago, everyone could tell, oh, it's got 6 fingers and stuff, but it's really progressed since that.
Exactly the case. When I did my development funds campaign 2 years ago, and I hired this artist, and it was just because he was very affordable. And I said, I'll take a shot. And he gave me, I don't know, 5 or 6 images. And I was like, oh, these are good for my purposes. I mean, I wouldn't publish them, but to show people what the project's about. And then I came back and I hired him to do a bunch more 6 months ago for the new campaign. The quality of the art from what he originally delivered to what he delivered now blew up. They were so much better. And now that it's been pointed out they are AI, it's because AI has learned. It's improved.
Like, wow, you really improved as an artist.
Well, I never asked, and he never told me, but I would say, this is what I want. And a day later, he'd say, how's this? I go, oh, wow, that's great. You know what? I want another one. Give me something else like that.
And like, boom, there you go. Yeah. We have friends. We have a mutual friend who I will not embarrass right now, but a person in film who is posting these pictures. And it's so sad for me to be looking at my Facebook feed and question everything I see.
Yeah.
Everything I see that's a photo or a piece of art, I instantly question whether or not it's AI. That is a shit feeling. That feels gross.
Now I will be too, though, because I don't want to say I was suckered, because like I say, the guy just said he'd do cheap artwork. I didn't do an interview. I just said, okay, let me see how this works. But now I look at everything too. I'm like, oh, is this? And that's one reason why you follow regular artists, because you know that they're what they're doing.
Yeah, I have some regular artist friends, and their stuff is amazing, and I could just love it. And so maybe in some ways it is good for independent.
Here's real art by Annabelle Lecter.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of art back there.
Yeah, good.
But yeah, I think it in some ways maybe it will be good for independent artists, because for a while it's like people would have their art out on the internet without even realizing it was there. It was out of their control, just out with no names, no nothing. And now maybe people like me are going to find artists to then follow and know them and support them as individuals. So who knows where it'll go.
I think that people who say it's just a tool are being a little optimistic. I think it's a little more than just a tool. In terms of my campaign, I had commissioned an artist, the guy who did the covers of my Frenzy books, to do a poster, and at the last minute he just couldn't deliver because he's got a corporate job. And so I needed some art, and I hired this guy. After that campaign, though, I had some money to hire an artist. So the main poster that I'm using for the campaign is a painting that a guy did. And I would deliberately go that route to, I asked around publishing friends, what artists do you think? And this guy was recommended. So I'm glad I have a piece of legitimate art to kind of throw off the other stuff. But I still have to say that the other images are really strong, and they're probably helping the campaign. So I will be more careful in the future, but it worked out okay for me.
It's hard. We had a band on 1 month. They were from Mexico. They don't have money, not because they're Mexican. They just don't have money because they're independent musicians. And we were talking about this because they use AI for some of their videos, some of their music videos. And they made the point of like, not everyone has the money or the time to find those artists. It's not a resource that everybody has. So what are you going to do? Not create because you can't afford or whatever. They don't have the connections or whatever. So it's kind of like similar, not the same as what you were saying about the woman who can only work 2 hours at a time. It's very gray, I think, as to what's acceptable or not. And it's I don't know. I think if people just said this is AI, and be like, okay, it's
You have
AI,
to, you
no
have
big
to say it
deal.
now on YouTube. You have to mark a thing if you use AI whenever I upload a.
That's good. I
Mhm.
mean, I agree. I was thinking the same thing when we were talking. I mean, if there was a way of identifying it as you went on, but there didn't used to be Photoshop. There didn't used to be filters and programs like that. And now you can take a photo and you can make it look like a painting, or you can make it look specifically like a Basil Gogo's famous monsters
yeah,
painting.
if people out there who don't have like the Adobe suite, that it's filled with AI now. They keep adding more and more AI.
Wow.
I've used some of it not to make stuff, but actually to on some old interviews that were really bad quality. It can really help to take out like background noise and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that.
I would use a program like that to clean up Slime City's soundtrack. It's got a very scratchy soundtrack. I'd love to hear it sounding clear.
I think your point about Adobe Photoshop is that, you don't have to have AI. Filters are filters, and you can take something and stylize it or whatever. And is that really you? I guess not, because you're using this technical tool. I think a lot of people, the concern with AI is when it pulls from other creators.
Yeah, when it puts
It,
people out of work.
Yeah,
And that's going to happen more and more in the Hollywood industry. I mean, there's this big story about Tyler Perry, who's going to build 8 more sound stages in addition to the, he's got a complex. He's got a town down south that has all these sound stages, and it has a town in there. And when the pandemic happened, they just brought all the people in, they tested them, and then they kept them in that bubble. And they had a little microcosm society making movies safely. And he wanted to expand that. And somebody showed him this program. I don't know what it showed, that an AI program that in 2 or 3 years is just going to revolutionize everything. And he said, what's the point of building these sound stages? So he scrapped the project. So he has seen something that the rest of us aren't going to see for a while. But it's going to be a big blow to the studios and to the unions and what some people are going to be able to do now.
Yeah.
When we were in LA last time, someone they just took like 10 seconds. They wrote a bio for me with Chat GPT just to show me and it wrote up my whole bio, and it was pretty good. It had just a couple so I could see how you could use it and then just go through and correct things. But because it said like I was raised by a single dad and that's why I love horror movies, and that's not true. I was raised by a single mom, but I mean it was pretty close though. It was very strange.
One of my students wrote this very simple whatever, just a couple of paragraphs, and it was poorly written, and the teacher accused it of being AI because it was poorly written. But it was him.
No, yeah, oh man, then I'd feel bad. Like, someone had mentioned that Uncanny Valley. I think that was the term that people use when you're talking about the Polar Express. When you could tell like it's not quite human. Dean says AI cannot match a human feeling in a script.
It's Dean Beltrano, one of the executive producers of Frenzy Moon.
Yeah, I think it will. That's the thing, is I think we can all say AI will never be able to do what humans can do, but I mean, it will. I don't like to say it, but it learns. It learns and learns and learns and learns and learns.
I had a very funny conversation on Instagram with the Meta AI, Meta Al, I think it calls itself. And it came on. I was trying to search for my own name because I don't know Instagram and I don't know how to find my own account. And I need my daughter to show me this stuff. And I started to search my name, and then my account appeared up. So I stopped, and paragraphs started appearing. Well, you're obviously looking for this, and thought I was looking for like the greater labs of what, and I was like, no. And then it was like, well, is there anything else I can help you with? And I said, no, I'd prefer to deal with a human agent. Oh, I understand. And it gives me this whole long spiel. And then at the end, it says, well, enjoy communicating with humans, ! And signed off. Excuse me?
I had my Alexa give me shit about setting a tea timer because I'd be like 5 minutes, Alexa, 5 minutes, and then it like told me off one day. That's not even real. I shouldn't say anything.
I mean,
Can't say
there's
it's not real.
attitude, but this was like passive aggressive towards humans. It really was like it knows something, you know.
It's
Craig
scary.
says when with the makeup situation, we too have been worried about AI eliminating our jobs. If the characters are CGI, then there's no need for makeup and hair.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, creepy Craig.
I did a job that had Billy Crystal in it. They had him at his present age acting, and on the same monitor next to that was a CGI generated version of him several years younger.
And also, the union contract is a contract. It's not eternity. The contract will come to a time where it needs to something that will either be continue or not continue. So it's like it is a win right now.
Yeah, and they're always looking for ways around it. I mean, that's what they use that time for, is to find ways to beat it next time.
Mm-hmm.
When you're talking about getting the art made for your movie for Frenzy Moon, do you ever storyboard your movies, or do you just do like concept art?
I storyboarded the first one, Slime City, and on day one, I was like, I'm never going to use these. And I've never storyboarded since. I do think it's a good idea to storyboard like special effects sequences. I think you have to, or it's going to be very disjointed and not cut together very well. So, I mean, we will storyboard some of the effects in this, but no, I don't do a lot of storyboarding. I love looking at them. You know, sometimes you don't know what the location is, and that's going to change a lot of things. Yeah. And sometimes an actor doesn't show up, and you kind of have to reinvent the scene on the day. And one of the things that I enjoyed the day I learned I liked directing was on Slime City Massacre. The first day that I had Debbie Rochon, Lee Perkins, Keelan Burke, and Jennifer Beal, the four leads together, that when their characters meet, and we actually just kept blocking the scene because there's a little action involved until we got it right, and the cameraman was walking around figuring out the angles, and we knew when we had it and we shot it. And that was like the first day I was like, oh, this is filmmaking. Which isn't to say that having storyboards and sets in a controlled environment and knowing exactly what you're going to get isn't. But for me, it was something I hadn't experienced before. They say that Hitchcock used to fall asleep in the director's chair. And once it was storyboarded and cast and the sets were built for him, the work was done. They would take photos of him sleeping. Maybe he was just pulling their legs. Who knows?
Well, who are some of the directors that like you admire the work of?
Well, Romero was the guy who set me on fire. I mean, really, he was the inspiration. And I was at this event last weekend, this film festival I mentioned, and a guy who was there, Rick Cortisone, maybe. He was involved with the original Night of the Living Dead. He was involved with some of the sequels. He did stop motion animation for. He did the wraparound segments for Creepshow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he did some stop motion in Evil Dead. I mean, this guy had been involved with so many seminal films. But Romero is the guy that I admired the most, and Abel Ferrara was a guy I liked a lot. Totally different bent, but George Lucas is my hero. I mean, I was in 7th grade when Star Wars came out, and that just changed my world. And I know people like to dump on Jar Jar and all this other stuff, but I think George.
I was going to say you're one of the few people I know that's always supporting the episodes 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, me too.
I like the newer ones. What do you think about the new ones?
The Disney ones, I don't like them.
Oh,
I like when George Lucas is involved, and like the Clone Wars cartoon, he was kind of supervising that.
That was good.
I don't like these Kylo Ren travesties. Yeah. I did like Rogue One.
I like Rogue One a lot too.
I like the Mandalorian. The Mandalorian's all right. Mandalorian's great. Yeah,
that's good. The Obi-Wan show was good. The new one, Acolyte, looks good. I mean, the TV shows I think are more interesting than the movies they've done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched Mandalorian. I went in thinking I don't want to watch this movie with the cute Yoda baby, and then I watched it. I was like, oh yeah, this is good. I like it.
With a cute Yoda baby.
Yeah. I know it's not Baby Yoda. People can don't yell at me, but
Everybody calls it baby.
yeah.
One of the
I
crazy
like
things about that show is it's done right in LA.
Wow.
And they have those crazy screens, those virtual reality screens that rotate. But I mean, a lot of the back sets, people are driving by on the freeways and they see them shoot. It's that way, like 1950s westerns, you know, where they were all shot in LA with the backdrops and stuff.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I forget what movie it was. Michael and I saw Michael Epstein and I saw a short film at a festival, and it was filmed on one of those screens, and it cost quite a bit. But I remember Michael really talking to him how they do it and stuff. But it was really the short maybe wasn't that great, but it was really just they were just trying to use this to see how how you could use the technology.
Yeah, we have a studio opening next week here that will have the biggest one of those stages with that effects technology on the East Coast.
Oh, wow.
So Buffalo is going to change pretty dramatically pretty soon in terms of the film industry.
You said it was a new location. What location is the new festival at?
So it's the Amherst Theater, which is where I held the very first Buffalo Dreams. And we ended up moving to the other theater just because they didn't do much business and they were going to give us a better deal. Same company. It's a company I used to work for, and I used to program a midnight series there, and now a friend does a monthly horror series. And for me, it's this and the one where my wife and daughter hold their festival. Those two theaters are like second homes to me, so I'm happy being at either one of those. But the one that my wife and daughter hold theirs at can only hold about 60 people. And this one has the recliner seats, and it holds about 100.
I was going to ask it. It might be the one. I forget which year, but we all went and watched Basket Case at a theater that had recliner seats. So I'm not
sure. That is exactly the theater.
Yeah, it was a great theater. My only concern is it's so comfortable. I'll have to try to make sure not.
That is a danger.
Yeah,
it's always a danger.
Yeah.
Bring rubber bands to snap yourself.
The first time I sat in one of those theaters, it was for the first or second of the new Planet of the Apes films, and I went to a late show, and I felt myself nodding off, and I was like, I am not going to fall asleep during this movie. I'm a big Planet of the Apes fan.
Yeah, me too.
That's my number one franchise.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I've been trying to convince Annabelle to start watching these new ones.
Like gorillas.
Oh, they're so good. It's such a great, smart series. Had I not had the invitation to come tonight, I'd be there watching that movie now. Instead of skipping the work I'm supposed to be doing for a client right now, doing this, I would be skipping that work, seeing Planet of the Apes.
AJ, I like the Star Wars Bad Batch cartoon. I'm not sure what that is, actually.
It's the only one I haven't seen. It's a group of clone troopers who are sort of their own rebels, and they have distinct personalities, and each one has something wrong with them. It's almost like mutants in the Clone Wars. But I guess that cartoon covers a certain period of the history, and it fills in some blanks. So I've heard some good things about it, but I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
I like the Clone Wars because I like Ahsoka. I think she's my favorite character of the whole universe.
I'm not familiar, I have to admit. So.
She starts out as Anakin Skywalker's pupil, and she's this obnoxious, annoying teenage girl. But over the course of that series, she evolves as the heart and soul of the show and becomes the secret that's missing from his transformation into Darth Vader. There's a whole thing that plays out that adds a layer to his whole origin. And then she came back, of course, as Rosario Dawson.
Oh, okay. I know the character.
An older character.
Yeah. So you're very close. 98%.
That's right.
To the goal of Frenzy.
Wow.
Moon. It's very exciting.
That's amazing.
But I always like people to know that even, let's say you hit the goal here by the end of the night or tomorrow or whatever, that doesn't mean like don't give any more to Frenzy Moon.
Listen, I am not making this movie for $30,000. You pull out the fees, you pay out the money, you pay for the perks. The money that's left is basically going to make effects over the summer. These guys are going to spend the summer making the werewolves. And the reason they're going to have the whole summer is that if they're doing the sculpting themselves and don't have to bring in a team, it will cost less money. So this is really so they can do that work. I do have, not confirmed, but I have some other money from different areas that will come in, providing I make my goal. As long as I can show that I can reach my part, this person is willing to put in some, this company might be willing to put in some. I will get my 100,000 as long as I hit my 30.
That's exciting.
I want to make more than that.
Yeah.
So once we hit that 30K goal, I may take a couple of days off and rest because this is a lot of work. Neil, you know, I'm on this from the time I get up to the time it's full time. And this time I'm doing it while doing freelance work, which normally I don't do. But I'm going to keep pushing because the more money I get in, the longer my shooting schedule can be, the better the movie can be. So I'm going to keep hammering and giving it my all right until the end.
Yeah. And not to get ahead of yourself, but do you have plans what to do with Frenzy Moon once it's finished? The festivals, release it right away? Like, do you have any idea?
I do have an idea, but it's kind of tied to one of those money sources, so I really can't say anything.
Sure.
If it happens, that entity will control a lot of that.
You got a Dean here. Give. Let's hit our goal.
I would very much like to have a really good film to take on the festival circuit and spend a year traveling with it.
Yeah.
But especially now that my daughter will be in college. Like it wasn't, I've always been limited to just weekend trips that I could do. I would really like to do that, but getting it made is really the only thing driving me. And if somebody wants to give me money and then release it right away, so be it.
Yeah.
There.
Have you, I know you just kind of answered that, but what are some of the other festivals you've been to? Just like you with your own movies.
The one that I really enjoy is the Shauna Shea Foundation in Massachusetts by Skip Shea. They have a strong horror element. They have a strong female element. It's a charity because Skip and his wife Anna, their daughter died, I think, when she was 16. So there's a lot of heart to it. I've met a lot of filmmakers there I like. Friends of mine in New York City, it's only a couple hours for them. So I tend to see people when I go there. And I just have a really good time when I go there. I have not been to this one, but Widow's Point won Best Feature there. And Showdown in Yesteryear, the Western I wrote, that Tim O'Hearn produced, won Best Feature there. And that's Gen Con in Indiana. That sounds like a great festival.
Yeah,
I think Neil was there for one of your films, right?
Yeah. Once I think only one of them played, just once in Feature Smash, not End Zone 2. I think they just played the one at it. Yeah.
And the one that I have been to, which was by far the best film festival I've ever been to, was the Beloit International Film Festival in Wisconsin. And that town of Beloit is a college town, and it's one of those towns that has a millionaire family. I'm sure the millionaire that was there has passed on, but his family's there that supports it. And they have a music festival in the summer, and then they have this film festival in the winter. And it was a 10-day festival when I went there. And the thing that was amazing about it, we went there for our 20th anniversary Slime City, me, Robert, and Mary, the leads of the film. And there were 8 venues showing movies. One was a movie theater, one was a theater on campus. The others were all like restaurants and cafes throughout town. So the whole town gets involved in this. And even if you go into like a postcard, a shop that sells postcards, they know you're a stranger. They come up to you and they thank you for coming. And they had a stretch limo, just driving in a constant circle between the venues, taking the filmmakers wherever their film was showing or wherever they wanted to eat. And I went to there maybe right before I started Buffalo Dreams or soon after, and everything I saw there is something that kind of played a role in what I want to do, but I just don't have the resources. But that's been the inspiration for me to try and reach that level. I mean, it's you can just tell the people love it, and they get a lot of sponsorship money, which is something I don't get. And so many filmmakers come, and filmmakers that I met there 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I'm still friends with, on Facebook. And I just like those real, those experiences where the filmmakers just really bond and hang out together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some. I've been to ones where it's cool that they come at all, but they'll come and they'll only watch their own movie or something. But for the most part, people like to watch all the movies and then hang out after. But I have been to festivals where I won't name them, but it was very strange for me. They literally didn't watch any movies. They all like stayed out and drank together. And I was just like, I don't really understand this, but
No, I don't either.
Yeah,
they always say to me, do you have after parties? And I'm showing movies 12 hours a day and going home and making sure stuff's working. I can't go out and party after that. It's a lot of work doing a week-long festival.
Yeah. And be fun, Weck though. You have to. I know the buffalo wings, whatever, but be fun, Weck. What?
I had it today.
Oh, good.
I don't have it. I don't have it often during the year, even though the place is close to me. I usually try and save it for overindulgence during the festival, but today I just had to have some.
It's good. I like it. Yeah, I think you'd like it.
Fresh roast beef on salty Kemmelwick bread and thick roast beef with horseradish. That is and it is so good. And when filmmakers come, I like to take them to this place and watch them take that first bite. And it's gone before you know it. And they all say the same thing. Yeah, I'm going to come back for the beef on wet.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Wings.
Thinking about it, I'm like, oh my god, because I love horseradish. So.
Well, I never had it until beef on whack, and now I'm a fan.
Yeah, because what's the roast beef in Boston? The North, is it North Shore roast beef?
There's a bunch. Bill and Bob's is a big one, but
there they do what's called three-way drowns. They put mayonnaise, melted cheese, and barbecue sauce. But I think I prefer I prefer the horseradish and the especially the bun really makes it.
Yeah, the salt and the horseradish together.
Yeah, you gotta have it on the super beef. Is a giant onion bun.
An onion roll, yeah.
Those are good too. Grill with butter. It's just not normal. It's a special North Shore barbecue sauce. It'll fall apart. You have to have like a bowl under it because it's so soft and the roast beef is warm. That's good.
It sounds good, but it's not screaming to me better than beef on whack.
We'll be here sometime and don't go to Kelly's roast beef. That's garbage. It's good.
See, this is the kind of conversation we have. People come and they say, "Oh, we have to go to the Anchor Bar." Everyone tells us you got to go to the Anchor Bar. And we say, "No, that's garbage. You don't eat there. It's a tourist trap. And it's not good. Go this place or this place or even this place."
Yeah, a friend of mine came on my wrestling show. He came for WrestleMania. He lives in England, and he was talking about he went to Applebee's, and I was like, "Why?" Like, I don't know. I guess if you've never been there, it's like cool. I don't know, but I was like, of all the places, that's where you want to eat. Yeah,
people go there every week. Chain restaurant. I don't understand.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So I have the link here for everyone to check out for Frenzy Moon, and I'm really excited about it. I'm a big werewolf fan and practical effects fan. Greg's okay himself, so I'm looking forward to Frenzy Moon.
Passion project.
Yeah, well, that really adds to it. I think you can tell. Well, I know that it really means something to you, and I think that usually comes through in a movie. If I could see a movie, the most boring movies for me that get sent to us, like the screeners, they may technically be well made, but if like you could tell whoever made them just made something just to make it, like a haunted house movie that I've seen a million times, that's super boring. But if you could tell like they were having fun making it or something like they really wanted to do, even if technically it's not great, I'm not saying Frenzy Moon won't, but I think that comes through in the movie, and that's way more interesting to watch.
I agree.
So we will talk to you again. This was great to have you back on.
It's been like a year. It was like a year ago we did the Teenage Zombie, right?
Yes, that was a very fun interview. And no, you weren't on the last one. Were you on that one? The recent when we were talking about the Western movie?
Oh, maybe I did come in on the Western.
Yeah. Sure. But all right, we'll just say this has been a year.
That's right.
Yeah.
I was just here.
Yeah. But we'll do it again when Frenzy Moon is coming out.
Annabelle wasn't here.
Yeah.
Though.
That's true.
I was not. It's
And
been
Twice
great to talk with you.
Same.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's
I
cool
hope-
to learn about the Valkyrie Film Festival. I'm glad you brought that in.
Correct.
Yes. And we'll talk about, when any of that stuff comes up, we're happy to talk about it.
Amazing Fantasy Fest mid-September.
Oh, very good.
Ooh, cool.
What were
Very
you about
nice.
to say, Annabelle?
I was going to say, would your wife, who's shy, and daughter want to come on and promote their festival?
Oh, they would come on for sure. As long as it's before my daughter goes to Cornell. She got a full ride, and
Wow.
when you get a full ride, to make sure that they're not throwing their money away, they make the students come for the summer to prepare, to get acclimated. And so a week after high school, she's gone.
Wow. Cornell.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's only 2.5 hours away from us, so it's a pretty good deal. Besides the free education and all.
That's
Which
amazing.
is it's a good thing it happened because I'm an independent filmmaker and I didn't have any money.
She's going to be a genius.
She's a hard worker.
Yeah,
She's not a genius, but she gets the grades because she works hard.
it's awesome. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I followed Greg, and I've been watching this. Greg and your daughter going around to all these different colleges trying to see what worked, and so that was cool that it worked out on a big scale.
She had wanted to go. She had a different number one, and she got the news at the film festival, and she was crying and happy, and all the women that were all happy for her. And then 2 days later, Cornell said, "Well, we're going to let you come for free." So there was a long month while she figured out, did she want to go to the small campus that she always wanted to, or was she going to take advantage of this? And you really don't have a choice when that comes your way.
Yeah. Dominic, it's a very important thing before the interview. Greg once bought me a sandwich.
I don't know that that's true. I mean, he may have had a sandwich on set because he was in Widow's Point and Guns of Eden, but I don't know that I ever bought him a sandwich.
All right, fair enough. All right, we'll talk to you soon, Greg. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you both.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Hope I didn't cut into the other guy's time too
no,
much.
I had some scheduled for 9, so but
Okay.
we're gonna take a quick break, and I have lined up a few things here to play during the break, specifically for tonight. So I've got David Naughton talking about the transformation from an old interview from Without Your Head. So we'll play that, and then we'll come back. We'll talk about something, and then we'll get the second guest on. All right.
Tell him hi. Have a good night.
Well,
You too.
bye.
You know, it was one of these things where we finished all the principal photography on the film shot in 10 weeks. And that's one of the things people don't realize. It really came out from start to finish pretty quickly. I mean, we got over to England in February, shot the film. By the end of March, we were done, and it was released in August of the same year, 1981. Really quickly, because, it was a race for these effects to get out, with Howling, and, these were starting to be well-known ideas, and Rick Baker's work was to be known among those guys that do that stuff. So after we wrapped the film, and then all that we had left was the transformation, which it's sort of like, save the hardest for last, as far as I was concerned.
Yeah.
And but Rick needed as much time as we could give him, as John decided to give him, so that he could pull off this magnificent feat right in front of your eyes in bright light, which is how they wanted to shoot it.
Mm-hmm. And that's what makes it so memorable, because in the rest of the movie you don't see the monster too much, but you really see the transformation.
Right, and I think that was the plan, right down to storyboarding, how the transformation was going to work. John was all for showing the monster more, the creature, the werewolf. In fact, and Rick was very adamant about, no, please don't show this. He wasn't sure how it would look on film, and to his credit, I think. And to the mistake of many other directors ever since, films aren't as scary when you see the creature, Mm-hmm. I remember a case in point of seeing a movie like Signs. Remember Signs that Mel Gibson was in?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then and I think it's science. I hope I have the right movie.
With the
But,
alien.
these creatures trying to, break into the house. And
Oh, yeah.
it's really terrifying until you see one and you go, wait a minute. It's not scary. It's not as scary. So that was, I think, the intention was just to see glimpses of this beast, and for the transformation to really see what happens to this guy that you've come to like, hopefully, and look what happens to him right at come the full moon. This thing took 6 days to shoot for 2 minutes of this transformation, and I tell people I was in the makeup chair for 10 hours a day before I'd get out on the set to shoot, and John was going, don't complain, you're it's not like you're the Elephant Man where you got to wear the makeup every day, Oh, okay, right. So I was just trying to get it done, really, at that point. Especially, it's so tedious, and you just want to rip it off at some point. Going, no, you can't. And I'd be followed around by Rick and his team, constantly touching up, and we're almost ready, and oh my God.
The part getting it was incredible too. I remember they put this in a local rag paper back in the 80s called Drama Log, which now is Backstage West, and it was under a section which they don't even have anymore, and it was non-union extras. That's about as the lowest on the casting list you can get, non-union extras, and they were looking for the Wolfman and the Mummy. And I remember going in down to it was Laird Studios, which is like Culver City. And I remember going in to read for this. I had no idea. I thought it was a little low-budget film. And I remember going in there and just, my buddy, again, my actor buddy, went down there with me. And I went in there, and there was a director. And at the time, Fred Decker, I didn't know who he was, and the casting director was there. And he gave me a little scenario. He says, all the townspeople are going to be coming. They got torches. They're coming to get you. You're locked in this room. Try to get out, but you can't get out. And all of a sudden, so I just went and, did whatever I did. I started clawing the walls and everything else. And the really, really interesting thing was the casting director was laughing her ass off. Fred Decker was going, yeah, that's right, do this. And then in a split second, I got this very clearly. Either I'm making a complete ass of myself, or I'm really nailing this.
Right.
No. Because she's laughing, and he's like, yeah, do this and do that, and then she's just like, I'm like, went home that night. I didn't know if I got it the next day. I got a call. I got the role. They sent me up to Stan Winston Studios, where at this time, I didn't know anything at all about the film. I still thought it was a little low-budget film. I went up there for the first day, and they were about to shave my chest. Because I had to do a full body cast, right? And so I got two stands. Yeah, I'm sitting there looking across the room, and there's a Terminator thing, right? And then up in the top is the alien stuff, right? I'm looking, I'm going. Is that I says, how did you guys get the the Terminator thing? I said, where did you get that? And they looked at me and they go, do you know anything about this film? And I go, well, not really. And they told me what it was, and I was like, that's when I first learned about really what was going on in the movie.
Right. It wasn't quite the low budget film you thought.
No, because I thought it was because it was in the non-union extras. But what happened was, I heard later that they had cast all the way through their SAG, their regular venues or whatever, and they couldn't find these two guys because it was a physical thing they were looking for. Mm-hmm. With the Mummy, they were looking for this anorexic, guy. And the Wolfman had to have a certain look, facial and body type, to fit, I guess, the artist renderings that Stan came up with. They didn't want a bodybuilder because he was too bulky. Mm-hmm. They wanted somebody who was muscular, but in an athletic way. And I guess it was height too. I was 6'2", I'm 6'2", and it was a combination of being athletic, the right build, the right look. And I used to always give him a hard time too. Stan Winston has kind of a bony, chiseled face a little bit, and that's what I got. I got some of that. I said, I think that's why I was close to.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think he drew himself into the Wolfman a little bit too.
Right.
Boom! All right.
Yeah. There I am.
We're back here. Thanks, Greg Lamberson. That was very cool.
Yes. I was very good to meet him. I've heard lovely things about him for a very long time from you.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So that's good. I'm a big fan of his festival. Looking forward to Frenzy Moon.
Yes. And when did he say his next new festival is?
September
Oh, yes.
September will be his festival, and then next March is his daughter and wife's festival.
Yes.
Which I met. I think I met both of them, but I remember his daughter would always be at the at Buffalo Dreams Fantastic Film Festival, always there helping with the booth. And I was at the premiere of the movie he'd mentioned, Widow's Peak, where his daughter had a big role in. That was cool.
That's awesome. Well, I wonder if we can squeak him in.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely.
High school ends soon. He said that, and I was like, "Oh shit, it's
oh yeah, it's
a month away."
Yeah, we'll have to figure this out. So we got. I'm trying to put together the schedule. We got a lot of cool people coming on the show. So next week we'll have a couple recorded interviews, but live will be Joe Lamb of The Fetus. So that will be very cool.
Fetus.
Yeah.
The Fetus.
And I had recorded. It came together very quickly. It was a last minute interview, but I was very happy. Jenna Cannell from Terrifier and her new movie, which I love, Faceless After Dark. This was great. A big surprise for me. And I'm not saying like I went in like this, but it's really good. And it was funny. I was watching it and I was like, oh, man, they must have I wonder if they rewrote the script to really fit her, because it's a very meta film. And then she actually wrote the movie. So
Cool.
and I didn't know this going in. She's directed a bunch of shorts, and she goes to tons of festivals. So she's a big festival goer. So it was really cool. Yeah, it was a short interview because it was a press day thing, but maybe we'll get Jenna back on the show for. Yeah.
I know it's an opportunity to meet a lot of people.
Yeah.
I can't do things.
I know. Yeah.
Some of us work, Neil.
And my friend Kat Katonic has just set up a very cool interview that will be happening in June. And that I haven't
Before
really
you
announced.
Say it, will I be able to be there for it? Don't get my
it's gonna be on the live show.
Okay. I don't know who this is, audience.
I'm very excited about this because it's a movie that's coming out soon. That's got a ton of buzz, and that we missed at Boston Underground Film Festival, and it's going to be released in a violent nature. It's going to be released unrated. They're putting out the unrated version.
Crazy.
And supposedly people have puked at a screening. I know that's just a bunch of whatever, but I'm still really looking forward to the movie.
It's awesome.
And so we are actually going to have Rye Barrett, the man who plays the killer in Violent Nature. So this is very exciting.
That's amazing.
He couldn't do it in the next couple weeks because he's got tons of stuff. Because the movie comes out,
though.
And I suggested, because he said we could record it sometime or we could do it live in June. And I said, let's do it live in June because that will also give people more of a chance to see the movie.
Yeah. Awesome.
So it comes out May 31st at the theaters, and then it's coming to Shudder. But I would love to see it in the theater. And I know it's playing everywhere.
Great. That's awesome. Yes.
So thank you to Kat, who's on her way to cons at the moment.
Really?
Oh. Yeah.
Maybe someday.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Coast has a question for you. Let me scroll up and find it.
Mental. Ooh.
He apologized to.
About what?
About not being here last week. I told him it was okay.
Oh, we just worried
find
about
the question.
y'all. Yeah, right, Vic? That was a pretty sweet movie poster.
Yeah.
And the catches your eye. Oh, zing.
I can't. Can you repeat the question, Coach? Because I can't find it.
I can see it right here. It's like right at the bottom. It's like 3 up. About me, about mental resistance and artistic.
Well, he had posted it earlier. I was trying to find the original question. I see. Mental resistance and artistic motivation. Because he had wrote it out.
Sometimes they don't make art. For me, that's the reality, is that I've had huge dry spells where I just don't feel great. I mean, I guess usually for me, I get more motivated when it is something that is going to be like doing Ask Watch. That was entertaining people in the moment. That was something that was kind of like interactive, and doing stuff like Sam Haynes, who is like he's a composer. He does a lot of horror stuff. He's working with a guy and a woman on their music. And I've done a couple of his album covers, and that's something, you know, for Psycho Ape 2, I was requested. Well, through things, I ended up getting requested to do a piece of art, and, you know, I was all about it, and I get super invested. And I think really for me, sometimes I'll do stuff on my own, and I love that. I do a lot of my pen and ink stuff like that. And that's probably the stuff that's most me, is the pen and ink stuff, because I haven't painted in so long. Yeah, but I feel like it's just there when it's there. And, you know, there's big periods of time where it hasn't been. Usually I'll write the year on my sketch pad, and sometimes I'll be like, wow, there's a lot of blank pages in this year, and it sucks. Yeah, it's just, where am I at? And I'm super busy in life right now. Like, I am, no lie, this week I worked 3 11-hour days, and then I have an hour drive one way to work. So I'm busy. I'm studying for tests. I'm doing things. But but sometimes you just find a way. Like, I so respect the independent creators and people who really have to, like, people that I'm like, holy shit, they're working like these jobs, and yet they're still figuring it out. They're still finding a way. This is still in their life. And that's very impressive to me. I feel like I don't live up to that, like someone who's making movies in their extra time. But so I'm rambling on and on. Oh, for Japan. Oh, I went to Japan. I was very lucky. I was dating a guy at the time. He went there. It's a whole thing. It was awesome. He's very smart. Whatever. And I got to be there for 3 weeks. I think it was 3 weeks. And it was Halloween time, and oh my Lord, it was amazing. So and I didn't really care about Japan before I went. I was like, all these people like Japan. I'm like, yeah, whatever, take it or leave it. It's amazing. The culture is so different. We were all over the place. Amazing. It was amazing. We were there in October, if I didn't already say Halloween. But it was at Fuji, and it was great. Yeah, but the train to Fuji was closed. Like, we took the train all the way to the middle of nothing, stayed in a hostel. The people were very nice. Ate horse jerky. There's a lot of horse products in that town. There's like a horse meat soup. Like, you know, cows are smart.
I don't personally see if you're cool with eating pig or cow, or I don't really understand why it's so taboo to eat horse.
Yeah, because those are smart animals.
Yeah,
they're affectionate animals. So, Fuji Rock as opposed to I see what you're saying. Not Fuji like Mount Fuji, like Fuji Rock, like an event. Got you.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what that is.
Japan. It's my dream to go back there someday. In my dreams. Look at that. Oh my God, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm so excited about this. I've been excited
enough
to see
about
it.
Me.
I'm sorry. Well, no, I just want to pop it up.
Fine.
I am excited about seeing this movie. So I didn't want to tell him, but also will give us a chance to see the movie, because I don't know if we can get a screener, but we'll be able to see it in the theater.
That will be great. And it's nice to see things in the theater anyways. And that's something nice about the theater, I will say, is because my time is so crunched. It's very hard for me to be able to see a screener or watch something. But if I'm in a theater, it's like I am there. I'm planted. I can't do anything else. I'm there. So watching something in the theater is always great. And I have enough time in advance to watch it. Unlike many screeners where it's like, good morning, here's your screener. I work all day.
I mean, sometimes
I'm
I
not
don't
saying
really
it's
understand
you.
why they
It's
don't
just
send them out quicker.
yes.
Honestly, if
It's not you
that's how the
sending it.
Jenna Cannell one they like sent it to me like the day, and so I got up and watched it. But I literally watched it right before we did the interview. So
Yeah.
but it was I could see how it would be very hard for
Very frustrating when someone comes on. I'm like, I don't know. I looked at the IMDb page and saw a trailer.
Yes, but
But
next
we're very
week,
lucky to get them at all, and we have
Yeah.
amazing guests. And I don't want to sound ungrateful because we
sure,
really
yeah, right,
very
of
lucky.
course. Yeah. So we were also originally going to have next week the man who Ricky Glory, I believe, and he did Sweetmeats, not to be confused with Sweetmeats we had on the show, but it's a like a cannibal musical movie that looks really fun. But he couldn't get a screener yet. It's out of his hands because right now it's with Trauma. And so he asked if we preferred to do the interview after we could see the movie. And I said, yeah, I think that would work out
That'd
better.
be
And
awesome.
he totally understood. So
Yeah, that would be
we'll have
cool.
him on in the coming weeks or either the end of this month or June, but he'll be on and that'll be cool.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah.
So yeah, a
Love
lot of cool people in the works to come on the show. And that's always
Mhm.
good.
Mhm.
Right, let's see here. I have some news written down, but go on.
You do? Well, no, go ahead.
Well, I have some stuff here. Alan Danziger, who we had on the show not too long
Yeah.
ago, he had talked about the pinball machine
Yes.
for Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and so it arrived, and it's going to be I believe it's going to be at Texas Frightmare, and
Really? Oh man, Texas Frightmare.
yeah, it's like literally next week.
I know. I harass you every year about Texas Frightmare.
Yeah, but I mean, we
year.
didn't work it out this time, but we'll be back. We will be back. It definitely came up way quicker than I expected. I didn't even think about it till we had someone on who mentioned it, and like it was like 2 weeks from when they were on the show, and I was like, oh, but yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, that's
I really want to play it.
pretty cool. I'm liking all these little neon. I'm a fan of neon. You wouldn't know that because I wear so much black, but big fan of neon.
Yeah, I was trying to find a werewolf shirt because I have a really cool American Werewolf from London shirt, but I couldn't find it, so I'm wearing Terrified.
Aha. I don't know. Oh, I do have a cool wolf shirt. But it's not a werewolf shirt, it's just a wolf shirt.
I didn't plan it out tonight, but it just worked out that there were like werewolf guests tonight, and I thought it was cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah.
There's a lot of werewolves out and about lately. A lot. We've got a lot of werewolves happening, right?
But you will be making a movie here coming up with Arbor Day.
What?
Arbor
Did we just
Day.
have like a time thing happen?
Yeah, you talked earlier about not being able to, you don't make a movie. You have a full-time job, but you will be here. You will be here.
Yes.
I wrote this
I
giant.
have time off from work if I don't get fired.
Yeah, I wrote a giant post last night in our secret group.
Oh.
Then I took it down because like this is probably just a big rambling mess. But I have it saved, so maybe I'll put it back up. Because every once in a while, ideas hit me, and I came with like an epiphany on how things will connect all these elements that I had. And I was like, oh, I got to write all this down.
Yeah.
So I wrote it all down, but it's like a big rambling thing that I just wrote like in a voicemail. But
I still haven't listened to that. Can you send me? Not
I'll
that
send
everybody
it to
in the world
you,
needs hits, but can you send me the audio you sent me? Can you send me like a text that says read it?
Sure.
Or not listen to it so I could listen to it.
Oh, this is cool too. This was a guest that asked to come on. So
what?
Let me grab what this says. It sounds really interesting.
I'm assuming it's the artist and not the creature.
Right. Writer director. Well, it's actually this is from a short.
Oh, cool.
Courtney Dixon of the documentary short "Depression is a Beast." We follow actress Jenna Cannell as she narrates her mental health journey. This extraordinary documentary is inspired by a New York Times article about the unexpected correlation between horror films and people who suffer from mental health issues.
Yeah, I'm aware.
It shares how horror films can provide an escape from reality. So that's just came up today, and I was like, yeah, we would be interested. So
It's very
this
cool.
director will be coming on the show sometime in the
Nice.
future. But yeah, I'm not sure like if that's just I'm trying to take this off and come off. But I'm not sure if like if that's just artwork from the movie or if it's animated or what, but we'll find out.
I think it's just artwork from that. It just looks very like comic book
Yeah, it's cool though.
art.
So
It is
I
great.
thought it'd be something that would interest all of us here on the show.
Yeah, it's great. Well, hopefully Troy will be here. What's he up to today? What
I don't know. I have my theory that
this
he's
time.
hungover because he was out drinking last night and playing pinball.
He's
But I don't know.
hungover
I
at
don't know.
7:00 p.m.
I don't know. I
How
don't know.
late?
He was out pretty late. I didn't go. He invited me along. I didn't go, but him and Brian from Arbor Day went out and played pinball. And
Oh, nice. Sounds like a good time.
yeah, they played it was a new one. It was like what was it? With the Wonka, Willy Wonka. It was Willy Wonka one, I guess. I didn't know they made a Willy Wonka one.
A pinball? They seem to have every pinball.
Yeah, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory pinball.
I mean, they've got the casino game.
Yeah, and they also played Ninja Turtles, Metallica, and Rick and Morty.
Cowabunga.
Rick and Morty.
Isn't that the game that I forced you to play?
No, they
until
played
end?
the pinball one.
Oh, I know.
But
I
they
forced
did-
you to play the arcade game.
They
until
do
the
have
end.
the arcade one at the really cool arcade that Troy and I go to every once in a while. We've only been there twice, but the one in Rhode Island, which you would love. Someday, the three of us will all go.
That would be awesome.
It's a wild time. It's $7. It's crazy. And you
Great.
can, and then you don't pay for any of the games. You just pay that cover
That's
charge, and you can play
amazing.
games till they close at like 2 a.m.
Wow.
And
I hope
you're
someday.
they kind of like want you to go buy some drinks too because it's a bar.
Yeah.
So, you get some money.
Well, it's kind of like, I think it would be like when we go to the gaming shop and it's like, you can pay this money and maybe you can get some other stuff because you're going to be here for like half a day.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's a really cool place. That's where
I hope
we
someday
played the
we can
Jaws.
play, did you play ever the X-Men game? It's the same as the Turtles.
Yeah, they had it there. I played a little bit. Yeah. You can play like I think I played Cyclops.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what he says. I would play Wolverine or Nightcrawler. Those are my two.
We played we're both big fans of air hockey, and that one has a four-way air hockey, which I've never seen before. And so it's a square, and you can actually play with 4 players all at once.
That's wild. I like it. Poor Rigo is going to follow us just talking about Gooby. We're talking about video games.
Well,
look at that. What?
Basket Case, the board
Oh,
game,
man.
and tie-in novel is coming soon from Stop the Killer.
The dude on the right is not Kevin.
Yeah, I don't know. Is
He
that
looks
from
like
one of the
John
movies?
Travolta. Or maybe it is Kevin. Kevin, good
think
for
it
you.
is.
You look like John Travolta. No.
Is that from one of the movies though? Like they show him as a younger person? I'm not positive.
Yeah, but he's a child in that one.
Yeah, I know, but I think maybe one of the
maybe it is
sequels.
a
Maybe
child. This guy's got like a 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah, I don't really understand, but
Well, that's fine.
yeah,
That's cool.
who'd ever think? When I was a kid, I was a huge board game fan, but I never thought we'd live in a time when there's like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre board game and Basket Case and House of 1,000 Corpses. And I'm gonna be honest, we did play one of the games from Stop the Killer, and I did not think it was particularly great. So I gotta be honest, but it is very cool that they make these games, and I would try one of them. Because from what I understand, they're all basically, I think they're all exactly the same rules, and they just kind of plug in the different. So if you like them, then cool. I was not a big fan. But I did love the Texas Chainsaw Massacre one we played.
It's set on a brand new gaming experience.
Well, maybe it's different then. That would be good. I would probably still get it, honestly, just to have the box and put on the bookshelf. because Basket Case is one of my favorites.
It's amazing.
It's the
Got
40th
stop motion
anniversary.
in
this
it.
year.
I mean, you have a regular old movie and you just dip your toes into stop motion animation. That tickles me to no end. That is so funny.
Yeah, it's great. It's the 40th anniversary this year of Basket Case.
Wow. Is there a
Oh.
celebration?
We should. I didn't bring this
Yes.
up, but Greg in his early career, actually, I don't think he worked on Basket Case, but he worked on one of the sequels, and he
Ooh.
worked on Brain Damage
Nice.
from Head and Water.
Nice.
One of the New York guys.
Yes.
Craig Lindbergh. Now I'm curious, how did they make that movie into a board game? Yeah,
It's probably, well, I mean, it would be hard to be the people that he kills because no one likes them. So who do you play?
that's
I mean,
very
I
true.
can see
Now
if
you
you're
mention it.
Belial like killing other people,
guess-
but they're all junk.
Yeah, except for like the girlfriend is fine. Like the landlord guy, he's not too bad, I guess. I don't know.
I wouldn't want to play him as a character.
No, there aren't a
Or
lot
the,
of
like,
characters. that you mentioned.
surgeons. I don't want to play those mean surgeons as characters.
No, they're not.
Well,
good.
who knows? It's a mystery to us in this moment. Perhaps we will find out.
Yes.
But Basket
What-
Case 40th anniversary, we should have Kevin on. It's been a long time.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I would love to get Frank Hedenlauer on, but he never wants to like come on and talk about his own movies.
Could
That's
he
what
come
he's
on
always
and talk
told
about
me.
other
He always
movies?
maybe.
Let's have him come on and
So-
talk about. If he doesn't want to talk about his movies, me come on and talk about other movies.
Speaking of Craig Lindbergh, he set up an interview for us. It'll be later this summer, and it is Carl Fullerton, who did the makeup effects for Friday the 13th Part 2, as seen here.
Nice.
He's also worked on Altered States,
Oh,
Wolfen,
oh,
The Hunger,
that one. Oh, the Hunger.
Warlock,
Dang.
Silence of the Lambs.
What?
This guy, and then he's worked on like mainstream action movies that are still coming. So this guy's a bazillion things. And our buddy Craig got
Thank you,
us
Greg.
in touch, and I talked to him, and he's about doing it, but he can't do it till probably either the end of June or July. But that's
okay.
works for us.
That's okay.
So that'll be a really
Nice.
cool interview.
Craig apparently got the Thing board game. I hope it's there's
Oh, I love it.
there's one. Are there two Thing board games?
There are two, but I do believe they're the same rules pretty much. But there are two different versions. There's like a mass produced one, and then there's the one I have was like limited. You can only get it like through the Kickstarter or whatever. But I think we have our guest here.
Do we?
Yes. Let's get him on here.
Hello.
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 Going?
Good.
How
How
are
are
you?
you?
Doing well. It's nice seeing you guys after the last time in what was it, in Brooklyn Brooklyn Horror.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Brooklyn
been a
Horror
while.
Film. Yeah. Yeah. So for people who aren't aware, we have Rigo Garay here with us from the Leech, who's streaming on Arrow, from Crumbcatcher, Larry Fessenden's recent Wolfman movie, Blackout, and a lot of other cool things.
Oh man, thank you so much for that. That's I don't think I've had anybody give me an intro yet. So that's
Really? That's the first time.
first time. Yeah. For real.
Excellent.
Well,
Yeah.
we saw you. We saw you in Crumbcatcher. We saw you at the festival, and I'm like, this guy seems great. Ended up approaching you. We had like this wonderful long conversation, but because of the strike, you couldn't
Yeah.
come on the show at the time. So
Yeah.
here we
Yeah.
are today.
That was a rough one, yo. I mean, I'm glad that things got resolved in our favor, but well, maybe not fully, but yeah, it just feels good to be back at it and back to work. It's like, you know what's like what really sucks too is that right when Crumbcatcher had right when Crumbcatcher was ready for its release was when like the strike happened. So it was like literally like the first day where I can go to the premiere for like the Q&As and for the photos and all that stuff. I just had to like sit out of all of it because of the strike. So the time,
Yeah, and you don't get a second chance at that. Like you can't like, oh, I'll do the next premiere. I mean that's the premiere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I had to just eat it, you know.
Yeah,
But for our audience who maybe has not seen Crumbcatcher yet,
oh man,
you can be there now and have that experience and share about this movie, which was great. I didn't know what to expect. It started off in a way I'm like, I don't know what's happening here, and
yeah, that's fair.
What did you even think of the script at first? Because it is a very like peculiar film.
So Chris, all right. So I've known the director Chris Scotchable for many years. We met at Glass Eye Picks. Him and we used to work together at Larry Fessenden's company, Glass Eye Picks. So that's how we first met back in 2015. So it's been a minute, and we had just finished shooting his short film called Egg and the Hatchet. And I think it was like literally like 2 days after we wrapped when he's just like, yo, I have this idea for this like movie. And it was like the skeleton for this script was like something completely different from what it is now. And then like gradually it just started to like snowball into Crumbcatcher now. And so it would be a thing where like weekly he would just like come into the office and he's just like, yo, I just thought of the craziest idea for the script. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like it just got crazier and crazier and crazier. And now it's this thing. But and then like, you know, I would chime in and give him a few like notes and opinions on it and all that stuff. And
you
and then
right from the beginning of it, it wasn't like you just like, hey, this is the idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I was like there, you know, like after work, we would go grab a beer and he'd just like talk to me about the script. And I'm just like, whoa, dude, like this thing is getting like, like there was a few avenues where it was just so weird. I'm just like, yo, I can't even fathom this right now. Like weirder than what it is now, you know, but I
can't even imagine.
yeah. It was crazy. And during the pandemic, Chris had reached out to me and he was just like, you want to be in this movie as the guy? And I'm like, are you sure? Like,
I was going to ask if you were in mind from the beginning. Apparently not.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think Shane was supposed to be like a white guy at one point, and then that didn't turn out to be real. But yeah, no, it was the Shane, the character. I think it was like supposed to be like other actors that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually he reached out to me, and I guess it was just like a thing where it's just like, you've been around since like the beginning of this thing, so you know you want to maybe be this guy. And I'm like, all right. So and then once I jumped on board was when him and I kind of worked on the character of Shane, and like we wrote his backstory together, and you know a lot of stuff with like the dad and just you know all that fun stuff. But yeah, I always so the script wasn't really like a thing where you know like I've been there since like day one.
Yeah, you didn't just like, here's the script, read this, and like, well, what the hell's happening? But yeah, you're there since the like the birth of the concept.
Start, absolutely. Yeah.
For our audience who may not be familiar, how would you describe this film?
It's a hard movie to describe, I think. Yeah.
Let me see. I mean, it's wow. These are all things I have to start getting ready to answer. Let me see. So I guess it's just a dark comedy, maybe / thriller movie, and it's just I guess it's just it's a story about like this newlywed couple that go away on their honeymoon, and the next day or the night of, the waiter from the wedding shows up at their doorstep, and let's just say that the main character had done something the night before that he doesn't remember, and then things get wild from there.
Mhm.
Really wild.
Yeah.
Really,
Yes.
yeah.
Not expected. The whole
Yeah.
the word Crumbcatcher as the title.
Yeah.
It's what everything goes around. It's like a actual human story there, and then there's this Crumbcatcher insanity involving the waiter. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. It's
Absolutely.
absolutely. You're talking about you developing your character, and it's like you mentioned originally it was a white guy.
Yeah.
Would not have been the same.
Yeah.
It would not have been the same movie at
Yeah.
all. And I think for the better now. Like your character was amazing. That it really struck me. I'm like, this guy is good. Really.
Yeah, it was a good. You know, I enjoyed playing the character. He was a very you know, it a lot of his like plights and just like outlooks and in the art scene that he's like in or whatever is like I share a lot of that, you know what I mean? And so it's just a character that I was able to relate to an extent, like, but to an extent, because he's also there's other stuff in there that I'm just like, oh no. but yeah, it's fun. It was a fun character to play, you know. And then he tatted me up and everything, so that was all
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
What was that like? Because I'm like, this is very convincing. You can see in movies when it's kind of like,
Yeah. Well, our special effects makeup person was Ashley and Ashley Thomas. She's done like so many, like she's done a lot. It's crazy if you look at her IMDb. It's like whoa. But her and her partner Alex, they did the applications on me, and but me, Chris, and Ashley, we met up prior to the shoot, and we like worked on the design and the different ideas, and a lot of the wordy stuff, like you know, on my hands there's like letters and numbers, a lot of words on my neck, and all that stuff sort of I meant something personal to me. You know what I mean? It was like either people that like are no longer people who are no longer in my life in one way or the other, and I would like put the, you know, their names like on my hand or like something that reminded me of them, like on my arm. I had like "Wish You Were Here" on my hand over here that reminds me of someone, and a cousin of mine who's no longer with us, I had him on my wrist. Anyways, stuff like that, and it was cool because I just used that as a thing where like I would just look down at my hands and it would just bring back a memory, and then it would just like, you know,
wow.
just look, yeah. Anyways.
Well, that sounds like an amazing experience, because there are people out there that, I mean, it is not convenient to be an actor that is loaded with tattoos.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the idea that you're able to do this and all at once, I would think that would be very overwhelming emotionally.
Absolutely, and stressful, and it was like really hot in that house because we were up in the mountains, and like one of like it's just a really hot July, so I'm like sweating, and like the tattoos are like causing issues with that, you know. But at the end of the day, I thought it was fun. I mean, like, I felt like I was like Max Cady from like or some shit.
Yeah.
It was so cool, you know. So yeah, it was great. I am so happy that the tattoos came into play in this one.
So, a side note, that is when people talk about their favorite remakes, that's one that's always overlooked. I think it's
Oh
a
my
great
gosh.
remake.
Honestly, I think it's maybe one of my.
I like it better than the original, and I like the original. But yeah,
The original is great. Yeah, with
it's got two great actors in the original, and the names will escape me right now. So I'll cheat and look them up.
What if like
But-
Gregory
Yeah, it is. It's
Gregory
Gregory Peck,
Peck.
and I believe
Yeah.
they both have cameos in the remake.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, but that's brilliant. Yeah, no, that's one of my favorite. Like that's like I have the huge poster.
Robert Mitchum and Gregory
You do?
Peck.
There we go. Robert Mitchum's in it. Yeah, absolutely. And I have it on VHS and I have it on Blu-ray. Anyways, yeah, I love that movie. It's like, yeah, one of my top 3 favorite Marty movies.
Wow.
I'm
Yeah,
just throwing.
I agree
Yeah.
too. And it never gets bring up when people talk about, they always say like the same 3 kind of movies, like, oh well, The Fly remake and The Thing, and I'm like,
Oh,
oh,
shit.
Cape Fear is pretty great. So,
Absolutely. Yeah.
so John, who's in Crumbcatcher, he's great, and he's and then I started to notice he's in a lot of the movies by like these group of people, the Glass Eye guys, and he is always completely different. Like, I think I didn't even really know it's him in some other things until like I become really aware of him, and I was like, he does a great job of really just becoming a completely different person, which I know is acting, but like you kind of forget who he is in these movies.
Absolutely. He's it's incredible. Like, if you look at all the, well, I mean, the man's like, he's worked with like everybody. He was, it's just so funny. He'll just throw out a name. It's just like, oh yeah, when I worked with like Spike Lee or with Billy Friedkin, or I think
that's pretty wild.
Like, it's incredible. He was like, if you YouTube this, I don't know how you can find this, but he was in a commercial for Dime, the bank Dime, I think it was, and it was directed by the Coen brothers. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Yeah. He's been around everywhere, and he's such a Glass Eye guy. He's been working with Larry for many years, and it's crazy when you see all the different roles that he does in Glass Eye movies. It's just like a complete chameleon each time.
Yeah, he's man.
And he's just, yeah, the thing that's funny about John is that I mean, man, it's just so crazy how like in Crumbcatcher he's this like maniac, and then in Blackout he's like the only, I mean, yeah, he's like the heart.
Yeah.
It's just like, wow, it's crazy. And
I actually didn't even realize it. That's what I was talking about. I actually saw both movies, and I didn't even realize it was the same guy until like I think Annabelle brought up. I was like, "That's him." I was like, "Oh wow."
It's John Sparadakos. Is that
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a haircut. But he's it's so funny too, man, because I'm like, we'll be like in Crumbcatcher, we would just like, we would finish this awful scene together where it's just he's just unhinged and just crazy, and then and then we're done with the scene, and then like I see him in whatever near like the crafty table, and then he just comes up to me and starts talking about his daughter and like about her science project, and I'm like like, whoa, like it's just such a, he's actually such a sweetheart, but he's able to channel this this lunatic. It's honestly marvelous to see.
Yeah.
Would you not say the same thing about yourself? Because here you are, this nice, seem to be very easygoing, fun guy, and your character is great but different.
I mean, I don't know. I this acting thing is new to me, honestly. So I'm still trying to take in everything, and like I'm just trying to learn as I go along. Like, what is, like, I'm feeling this way. What is this supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? So yeah, it's and it's a lot of just discovery. I'm just discovering like, oh, like I kind of enjoy playing this and doing that, and so I don't know yet. I have to, yeah.
So you said that's new to you, like when you started to get into filmmaking, like did you have a different goal? Like how did you become an actor?
I guess I always wanted to like make movies, but that had been a very difficult process for me. So it hasn't happened. I made like a short back in 2019, but I haven't done anything since. But I've written a lot, and I'm on my way to make my first feature.
Oh, very exciting.
Yeah, and the script is done, and we are currently in the early stages of it, but I'm just trying to get that thing out there.
Awesome.
It's a ventriloquist dummy movie.
Really? Ooh. Well, I one of the few things that have scared me since I was a kid when I was a kid is the trailer for the movie Magic, which is eventually.
Oh man, yeah.
Which is fantastic.
Does this have anything to do with Tales from Beyond the Pale?
No.
Okay,
No.
because that's in there. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mary plays Lester. The called oh, good lord, I forgot the name of it. It had a great title. But yeah, no, it has nothing to do with that. It's something completely different. It's a dark comedy, and it sort of like is adjacent to horror, but I wouldn't necessarily call it horror. I think it's more of just.
That's what I like about festival movies. They don't necessarily fit in one genre.
Yeah,
and I do think people are used to. They used to. People would say like, if you want to get released or whatever, he has to be like a certain genre. But I think people are more they might have always been more willing to not really care about the genre.
Yeah.
And I just think people didn't, give the audience enough credit. But it does seem like there are more movies coming out that maybe doesn't fit in like one specific thing.
Which I love, honestly. Like, I think genre, when it comes to filmmaking, it's just like, that's the one thing that I notice that people are fixated on. I'm just like, who gives a shit?
Yeah, I never understand it. Like, does it make Alien a better or worse movie if it's sci-fi or horror? Like, I don't really care.
Like, let the genre, like, let it blend with another one. Then get, flip it on its head and make it turn into another genre. You know what I mean? Like, I just think it's films should just be like wild and unpredictable, and it just shouldn't be caged within a word,
I love that. And with our last guest, one of our people in our audience was talking about, what is it called? The cat?
It was
Feed
it's
the
not
cat,
Kill the Cat,
save the cat.
It was
Save the Cat.
Yeah.
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 Got it.
So no Save the Cat for you?
I've been actually reading a lot of script books and like Sid Field and all that stuff. Oh, good lord! I mean, it's all well and good. I'd rather just like watch a trillion movies and just learn from that, which I've been doing. I watch too many of them.
I see the Marathon Man behind you, which I was happy to see. It's the movie I don't hear too much about, but it's a great movie, great scene. Is it safe? It's one of the best scenes in films. Yeah.
And good old Dusty, man, he's an incredible actor. I love him. Another short king.
So how did you then? So what happened with the acting? Like, how did you fall into like now you're an actor? What was like the first thing?
I think, how did it all happen? How did I get roped into this? It was, I've always wanted to like make movies and I enjoy writing a lot.
All right. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but John has said he didn't recommend it. He's recommending Kill the Dog, which says the opposite of Save the Cat.
Oh,
well,
okay.
thank you.
I don't know what that is, but that sounds awesome. Kill the Dog. Good Lord.
I'm gonna put that clip out. That sounds awesome. Kill the
Dog. Kill the Dog. But yeah, so I've been interested in, I wanted to make movies and blah, blah, blah. And then I started interning at Glass Eye Pix many years ago. And then I, joined full time as like Larry's, I don't know, his right-hand man, his muscle, who knows?
Larry's awesome. So
yeah. Oh yeah, Larry's fantastic. He's I don't know how much in detail I can get, but he's involved in this dummy movie, the ventriloquist movie. But so I started working for Larry, and then through that, like I acted in a couple of shorts. I acted in a short that Chris made back in 2018 called Miss Millie, which is a rom-com starring me and Chris, and then I acted in my short. I played the bad guy. I shaved my head and I bleached it blonde and had a whole J Balvin thing going on there. And then and so I just did a little bit of acting like in shorts, but it never really I never really like thought of it as like a thing, you know what I mean? And then and then Chris offered me this thing, and I'm like, cool. And like simultaneously, my homeboy Eric Pennycoff hit me up, and he's just like, yo, I got this like funny little like role for you in the Leech, if you want to act in that. And I'm gonna name him Rigo, and you're gonna play this born again Christian rapper. I'm like, okay. Yeah, let's do it. So and I love comedy. I love just playing around and being goofy. So that that was a lot of fun, and I got to act with Graham Skipper and Jeremy Gardner and Taylor Zodke. Taylor Gardner now. All probably familiar horror names. So that was all fun, and then I acted in Crumbcatcher, and then in Black, and then Larry then hit me up later on with Blackout, because he was just like, I want you to be in my movie, but we didn't know which role yet. And I'm like, yeah, hit me up with whatever one, So I read for one of the cops, not the cop, but like one of the cop guys, and then I read for Miguel, and then he hit me up. He's like, yeah, no. And all right, cool. So so then I jumped in on that, and then just a few other things popped up after, and then I guess I'm like, oh, well, I guess shit, I'll take it.
Leech was great too, if people haven't seen it yet. That was another very weird movie.
Racking up all the weird ones, and
those are the favorites. I love those the most. The weirder.
Yeah.
That's your genre, the weird movies.
The weirder.
Yeah, man.
I want to be surprised by
absolutely. Yeah. Eric is he's such a cool filmmaker, and he's another guy. You read the script and you watch this movie, and it's just like a maniac had to make this movie. Like, oh my gosh, like what a sweetheart. He's like holding his two like Frenchies, and he's just like such a sweet guy. I'm like, who's the wacko that wrote this movie? I don't want to meet him.
Then you learn.
Yeah.
These people that make the craziest stuff are lovely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Actually, speaking of you guys had right before me, you had Gregory
Lamberson.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, and it's funny. One of my first, I have a huge physical media collection. Like I have a lot of Blu-rays and DVDs. I have too many of them. I'm running out of space, and a lot of them are horror movies because I was always a horror fan. And one of my earliest ones was this thing.
That's amazing.
I'm gonna have to send this. I'm writing down the time cue.
Yes. Awesome. This was one of my first, because I remember I bought this. I bought Anthropophagus. I bought like Cannibal Holocaust. I got all of them like at the same like monster convention when I was like 19. So this is an oldie. I don't know. Yeah, it was many years ago. Anyways,
that's wild.
Yeah, awesome. I just love gritty horror movies.
Yeah, especially there's something about the New York movies, I think, and big or small movies like the weird, like Chud, Basket Case, and then like bigger like Taxi Driver. They all have that gritty feel that I really dig.
Yeah, man, I absolutely, and I love Henenlotter. I think he's brilliant, and I met him recently at a signing at Forbidden Planet, and he was actually signing his new release of Bad Biology, and and I was talking to him, and I'm just like, yo, that Basket Case 3 is playing at IFC Center tonight. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah. He's like, tonight here? I'm like, yeah, it's playing at IFC. You didn't know? He's like, no. He's like, I wish somebody had told me. I would have gone and booed.
I love it.
It's yeah, man. New York horror filmmakers are like, it's a certain type of dude. It's a certain type of person.
But yeah, this is the 40th anniversary of Basket Case, and it's always been one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one. That movie's sticky.
Yeah,
Like that movie, you just watch it, you're like, oh my gosh, you just want to put your finger on the screen. Absolutely great movie.
So you said you're always a horror fan. What were some of the horror movies when you were growing up that like stuck with you?
Oh man, I don't know. My dad got me into the Universal monsters.
Oh,
when he was
I'm
little.
a big fan. So yeah,
Yeah, fantastic, and like mostly the crossover ones. He had
interesting. Like Wolfman versus Frankenstein versus Wolfman, and
that kind of stuff. I remember that. I as a kid, I loved that more than like the standalone movies for some reason. And I don't know. I just think the concept of like, you mean to tell me that these two guys can fight? It's amazing. So yeah, I love that. And my dad, he was like a huge horror guy. He not so much anymore, but I think when he first came to this country, he says that the first movie he saw, it was at a drive-in, and it was American Werewolf in London.
oh, that's one of my favorites. Yeah,
We were just talking about it.
yeah. We even played a clip of a David Naughton interview from the show earlier in between the guests. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a good one, man. It's a goodie. But so I just grew up watching a lot of the classics, and then I think I know when I was like a little older, I got into Fulci and Romero and Argento and Cronenberg and all these guys, and then it got even weirder and Joe D'Amato and just all these really, really weird things. So and then I started straying from horror a little bit later on when I started watching more
Like Marathon Man there behind you.
yeah, exactly. Or Truffaut and all that, all that shit. I still have a special.
When you talk about the crossover Universal monster movies, and I know it's a comedy or whatever, but Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein is a great movie with all the Universal monsters in it, and it's like a legit good movie.
Absolutely, yeah. I loved that one as a kid, without a doubt. And that one warped my mind too, because I'm just like, oh, so this shit can be funny too.
Yeah, right.
What about you guys? Your movies, like your
geez.
tops. Like, what got you into it?
For
in horror.
Yeah.
No one in my family cared at all about horror. So, but every Saturday, Neil and I grew up in the same New England world. Saturday, they'd have Creature double feature.
Oh, that's cool.
It was really cool. So I can they played like, maybe because it was New England, a lot of Stephen King things. But it's funny because when you see things on TV, not cable, they cut things out.
Yeah.
So there are things in a lot of these movies that I was able to re-enjoy later because they were uncut. I mean, so Creepshow was a huge one for me. They cut out the entire bug.
Yeah, that was always cut out on Channel 38 for some reason.
Yeah.
And I used to think it was, but from what I understand later on, it was just they had to cut something out for time so it could fit in, and they, for whatever reason, they cut that story out.
Because that one was nasty.
Yeah. And I have it up here, the clamshell. I mentioned this a lot, but it's the first VHS tape that my mom bought me when I was a kid. Is like Creepshow. Awesome. And the tape no longer works, but the clamshell is cool. So.
Well, the cool thing about Creepshow is that the first like 5 minutes of it, like if a kid pops that into their VHS player, like they could be convinced that it's a kid's movie. And then later it's like, oh, wait a minute.
It's great. Yeah. What are some of the other ones? Like when I was young, there were actually movies that weren't horror movies that really scared me. Like I remember I think there was a babysitter, and I got up and went downstairs, and whoever it was watching Clash of the Titans. That
Oh,
scared me when I was little because Medusa was scary.
oh yeah, with the owl, with the
That's
mechanical.
great. Yeah.
Not
It's
a
like the
scary
last.
movie,
It's
too.
like the last Harryhausen movie. It's awesome. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And there was this really dumb movie called Saturday the 14th, which is a comedy.
I didn't
And
see
it
that.
had like these different characters in one. It's like this stupid spoofy movie. And there's one scene, and there's a girl in the tub, like Nightmare on Elm Street. She's there, and then up between her legs is the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Oh,
Who's
cool.
like asking if she's seen this book because apparently there's this book that they need. But in the time, I was very scared. There's
Yeah,
all kinds of silly things that I was very, very scared of as a kid. But
yeah. I don't blame you. I mean, it that sounds very bizarre.
it was very bizarre. But I was really young.
Yeah.
So, when you're like 4, you don't have a lot of perspective of what is scary versus what is comedy.
Sure.
Right.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah. I remember when I was
so
a
a lot
kid.
of teen stuff like
Yeah.
Creepshow, Cycle of the Werewolf. I love those are some of my big ones from when I can remember first developing interests in horror.
What are your favorite slashers?
Slashers. It's tough because when I think about slashers, I always think about franchise slashers, which
Yeah.
are
Deep cuts.
I don't know. It's like, I'm trying to think of like, does Maniac doesn't really qualify as a slasher, does he?
I'm a huge fan of Maniac. But
Those are
like-
not-
Yeah.
yeah,
All
he-
right.
yeah, he counts.
Okay.
Yeah, talking to himself with all the mannequins.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, it's crazy. Yeah.
My-
But it's so different from other slashers where there's
Yeah.
you don't usually see like, I know he's not a great dude, but they show this like humanity to him. Even though it's
Yeah.
dark, they show like there's like trauma and things like that. So it's like this other level. Even though the movie is so fucked up, like the movie is
it's a
not
great poster.
pleasant.
Yeah.
Acid. Yeah.
But there is something I feel like there's some humanity to this guy where you see he's had trauma, and so slashers are not usually like, oh, here's this deep story of trauma about Jason. I mean, kind of, but
Yeah, in a weird way, they all had some sort of trauma, especially Leatherface. Like I honestly always felt bad for him. He's my favorite out of all of them, but he's I've always had a like what like he didn't ask for any of this. I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah. He's very
so
childlike.
innocent. Yeah, when he's sitting there like worried. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would probably. Texas Chainsaw Maniac's one of my favorites. Wouldn't even think of that as a slasher, but that would be up there.
Right?
But I also really like My Bloody Valentine for more of a traditional slasher.
hell
I
yeah.
think it's more of an underrated slasher.
Yeah.
I really like it a lot.
He's got a great look.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And then you don't know who's like behind the mask the whole time, and you find out at the end. It was like
Mhm.
That was,
Yeah,
that-
the great song at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But I think my favorite horror movie is Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2.
Oh,
Really?
the comedic version. Yeah.
I think it is. I finally come to the conclusion that that's my favorite horror movie. And
Wow.
Leatherface is he's just on his bullshit in that whole movie, and like with that little dance and the
Yeah.
hips.
It's
I'm
almost like a parody of the original dance at the end of the original movie. It's
Yeah.
weird. When I was a kid, I really didn't like I didn't like that movie, and it
Yeah.
was because like, oh, this is a comedy. It's kind of stupid. But then as I got as an adult, I actually really like it. And if you go in knowing this is a comedy, I think you really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Without a doubt. And like the comedy in it is so good. Like the writing, it was hilarious. Like I watched it recently on 35, and I was cracking up the whole time. Like I was laughing as if I was watching Austin Powers or some shit.
And all the gore is really good in it. Where
Absolutely.
I think for a horror comedy to really work, the gore has to be good. The
Without
horror
a doubt.
elements have to be good. Yeah.
And also, like, I don't know, like, I guess I'm just a weirdo, but Bill Moseley in that movie, like, that is actor goals. Like, I want to play Chop Top or whatever his name is in the next movie. I like, if is there anybody listening, please cast do the whole like thing with the fucking, you know. Like it's yeah, like he was goals in that movie. Without a doubt. Great movie. Dennis Hopper, all of them. Just
Yeah.
the chainsaw fight scene, and it's the whole underground thing looks so wild, and then like
oh my god, that's
from what I
right.
understand they actually use real skeletons and stuff, which is weird. But
I need to see this again. I'm trying to think of
I
some of
I
these
love
things you're
it.
telling me about is I'm like, I don't remember the underground thing either. And when you mentioned the Dennis Hopper fight, I'm like, oh yeah, that did happen.
Absolutely.
I need to go back.
Yeah,
The set design is like so carefully, like it's so meticulous. Like if you look closely, it's just like it's gorgeous. It looks beautiful. It's a good movie. It's definitely
It's gonna be on my list.
yeah, you gotta watch it, rewatch it.
Yes.
And I like the chainsaw movies where it still has the whole family element. Well, even though like Leatherface is cool, but when it's the movie's just him, I don't think they're as interesting.
Yeah. Well, which ones is it that it's just him? Because aren't they?
Like the 3D one's really just him. The
Yeah.
first three though are the family.
The
And
family.
then I guess even the fourth one's the family. That's a weird one.
Well,
then-
the one with the Next Generation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That
And
one.
the remake is the family again, but there are a couple. It's mostly the newer ones where they just really fixate on just Leatherface.
Like they might allude to he's got a family, but it's not the complete set.
Yeah, that's true. I actually did see one, the more recent one. I think it was a Netflix one. Or
Yeah, the
something.
Netflix one. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one, which is pretty cool. But yeah,
I
you're
like
right. I was missing the family thing, but nonetheless, I thought it was still pretty cool.
Yeah, I liked it too. I'm one of the few people who liked it, so I'm glad that you liked it too. So.
Yeah, without a doubt, and also like let's not sleep on the third one too. With
I think it's the most. I don't think it's the best one, but I think it's the most underrated.
yeah, definitely, dude. That one.
You get Ken Faree again with a fighting Leatherface. I mean, that's pretty awesome.
And he was great in that. I mean, he's great in everything. You know, I loved him in From Beyond, where he's just
Yeah.
whitey tighties in the movie. He's crafty and creatures and his
No, yeah, I like that one a lot. I think it's more of a traditional slasher than the other two, but I still think it's a really good movie, and it's got a really good cast.
Yeah, it's I have a. Again, I think Leatherface is my favorite. Definitely, Texas Chainsaw is like my favorite franchise. And then one that I'm now appreciating and discovering right now is the Psycho franchise. Like, they're pretty good. The second, the third.
I just happen to have this here for some reason, but this is a painting that Annabelle painted for me because this is probably my favorite horror movie when I was a kid. And I still love it, but I really loved the black and white horror movies when I was a kid. But,
yeah, that's good. You should hang it up in the bathroom.
Looking at you.
But I honestly think they're all good. I think the first one is so much better than the other ones, so it's hard to compare. But they're all like interesting movies, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Anthony Perkins is such a gift. He was incredible.
Because the second one's I really enjoy the second movie. I can't compare it to the first one because I think the first one's like a masterpiece, but the second movie is a really good horror movie.
Pretty damn good. It was. I mean, I thought it was a pretty good mystery.
It's a great ending. I don't think you see it coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's shot really cool. They have it overhead in the kitchen.
Yeah, and then the third one is cool too. I think he directed it. He wrote and directed it.
Oh, is that one where he's got like keys? He's holding keys on the cover art.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, and he has that crazy grin. Yeah, yeah.
Anthony Perkins is a great actor.
It's fantastic.
From understanding, the first Psycho kind of even though that's what he's known for, he also for a long time wasn't a fan of that movie because I think in a lot of people's opinion it kind of stopped his career because he was known as the Psycho guy, and people saw him that he could be a leading man, but especially now people can do horror movies and they can be up for Oscars and stuff. But
absolutely, yeah, I think because he did The Trial, the Orson Welles movie.
Mm.
And then I forgot what else he was in. That was, oh my gosh, why do I want to say like 12 Angry Men or something like? I mean, I don't think he's in that, but he's in something along those lines. Anyways, yeah, you're right. It is this cool thing now where horror movies are kind of like career makers, really. Like, look at what is that, Anya Taylor-Joy, and you know, a bunch of these other, you know, Jordan Peele, and just they all started in horror. It's kind of
so often still though they will rename them thrillers when they put them up for the Oscars, but
maybe there will become a time where there'll be a horror category. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's so weird, and I don't know what their deal is. Yeah, like it's like as if horror's like they're just afraid to mention it, like as if it's this awful thing that has a bad reputation to it. I just don't get it. I mean, there's some real gems in horror that.
Yeah, and for since the beginning of like cinema, you know, like the Universal monster movies and King Kong, and like these were, you know, huge movies.
Caligari and all of them. It's just, you know, it's around forever. So I just don't know why it can't sit at the same table as you know, all these other movies. It's kind of wild.
Silence of the Lambs broke through, which is cool.
But again, they renamed it a thriller when it was up for all the awards. And won like all the awards. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. You know, I kind of think that movie is a thriller, though.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. Either way, it does. But they really avoided the horror like name for it when it was up for all the awards.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I think
bogus.
It is. I think it is a thriller. For sure. I guess we're going back to labels, but when you like, there's scenes where it's so like he's like got this thing like splayed open on. There's some really gory, graphic stuff in there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. With the doesn't he wear some guy's face or something? Like that?
To get at not to spoil Silence of the Lambs for everybody, but to get at to break out of the prison. The human mask.
Kills a guard. And
really like
off. Yeah.
Rigo likes human masks, I see, because Texas Chainsaw 2 has the human mask.
Learning a lot about me.
That's your deal.
God. Yeah.
I think there's a human mask in Devil's Rejects too. So I don't know.
Oh yeah. It's funny. I there was one Halloween where I was hanging out with.
And you wore a human mask? No.
Yeah, exactly. Went out looking for one. No, I was hanging out with Chris Scotchable, and he's like, "Yo, show me like a horror movie that I never like had seen before." I'm like, "All right." I just slapped that one on, that little doozy, and like within the first 3 minutes, he's like, "I'm not watching this shit, dude." Like, he's where Michael Berryman is like, he's like dragging this like dead woman across it. I'm like, oh my god. I mean, I don't know. It was just
Hills Have Eyes.
No, it was the beginning of Devil's Rejects while the credits are rolling.
Oh, great.
He plays Tiny, and he's dragging this like woman in like slow motion. It's just really weird. Hills Have Eyes is like one of my another
great,
I have on the wall. It's one of my favorites. That movie hits. That's probably like my second favorite horror movie.
Dang, that is a dark movie.
Yeah, that baby's fat and juicy. I'm a big fan. Yeah,
it's a cool one. It's I feel like there's a lot being said in that movie. You know, from Wes, which I just love that kind. You know, that's why like I appreciate like Larry so much. Because I just feel like the subtext, like you just like feel it, like you just feel like the filmmaker behind the camera and like what they're like, you know, what they believe in and what they're pissed off about, you know what I mean, or like what they're passionate about, and like I love that about horror, that you can.
I think horror and sci-fi are the two genres that you can really explore, you know, something under the surface of what you're actually doing in the movie.
Without a doubt, you know. Or else it's, I mean, and sometimes, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, you know, same thing about like with like music, like it doesn't always have to be so deep either. Sometimes if you don't have any subjects, you just want to make a movie, like The Prowler, we just go around stabbing people in the head or whatever. Then that's fine.
Well, that is honestly what you're saying there is kind of what mood I'm in, because I can watch something that's so silly and fun, or I could watch something that's a little more like interesting or super gory, whatever. It really depends what what I'm in the mood for. Like I love Dead Alive is when it's not really saying anything, but it's super fun to watch.
Love it.
Yeah. Well, that movie's a trauma movie though. That's a guy, like that's like a sort of like a codependent mommy story.
There you go. Exactly. I might just not.
At the end with that like opening up mom monster thing.
And like I think he just like he had to like tell her off. He was just like, leave me alone, mom, and then she like blows up or something like that. I don't know. But like, I think that's like,
another thing that's good about these, because you can just watch it and this is just a fun, crazy ass movie. But then you could like, oh, I see these other things to this movie.
Exactly. Yeah. But just the beauty of horror, you know.
Yeah. Horror is like a parallel universe to mainstream movies.
Yeah. A very dark parallel universe there.
Yeah, because you've got all these different things. Like if you take the mainstream and you just flip it, there's horror comedy, there's horror romance, there's like really messed up stuff, there's dramas, there's all of the things.
Yeah.
With a different twist of like, I think there's so many metaphors I think we're getting at in horror, and it's a way to like hit at these human issues without being overt.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I love that you say that it's like, like look at all these different genres, and like it's like if you just look underneath the bed is that's horror. You know what I mean? Like if you just it's interesting. But you're right. Yeah.
No, they're not paying us anything, but I do want to show this because since we started talking about the movie, they have a 10-inch simian rat monkey.
Sumatran rat monkey.
That's right. Yeah.
And that's from Amok Time. It's coming out, so you guys can go.
Oh, and Long Island.
Was that freaking nipples? What?
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Oh my goodness.
Very cool. That's right. Yeah, when somebody steps on one, and
yeah, she steps on it because she goes to the zoo to spy, and then it's like eyeballs bugging out. Oh my god, that movie's so gross. The first time I saw that movie, I was eating pizza, and all of it was fine until she's already like dying, and her like her ear falls into like this soup, and there's like pus popping out her arm. I'm like, oh my god,
mighty good pudding.
Yes.
Yeah. That was
Lord. Yeah, that's a great. That was one I probably rented it the most as a kid. I'd rent it all the time because
with that tiger, why wouldn't it?
Yeah.
No.
And the baby, it's like a nonstop insanity. The like zombie baby, the like martial arts priest. Never ends.
It's so good.
And then a lawnmower.
Yeah.
A gnome head.
So good. It's like every little gag in that movie, you can tell like that, like Peter Jackson just was so meticulous about it and took his time. Like every little shot was just like a little gag here and a little one there, and it's just like amazing how you could just make a movie like that. You just piece it all together. So nice.
We had the guy who plays the main character in that on the show twice. He was really cool. And he says that Peter Jackson always wanted to make a sequel to it, but he's always like busy making, these giant movies.
He should. I would love to see him go back to his roots.
He should. Freaking Frodo produced and starred in the remake of Maniac. So
that's right, he did.
I always call him Frodo, and I feel really bad. Elijah Wood.
Yeah, he's a horror guy though. He's
That's why I love that, because he could just make giant mainstream movies, but then he'll produce Greasy Strangler and all this weird ass stuff, which is really cool for me.
Did you see the Greasy Strangler?
I actually never seen it.
Oh my god, it's so good.
So weird.
It's so good, so weird.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I remember I was just a huge fan as soon as I saw it. I loved it. So I told everyone I know to watch it. And I'll be honest, my brother Troy on the show, he watched it and he's like, I don't know what's wrong with you, man. And I watched it with I had already seen it, but I was like, you gotta watch this movie. And so Annabelle and I watched it. And I was happy she liked it, or else I was like, I can't be friends with her anymore.
Yeah, our friendship really bonded over like the weird movies like Basket Case,
Yeah.
Blood-Sucking Freaks Neil had never seen before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
another
New York movie, but yeah.
Yeah.
Joel Reed movie.
No, I think that's also
Right.
something weird. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's a good one.
So
And I do like movies like Marathon Man too and Taxi Driver.
Hell yeah, yeah.
But I like movies in general. But
Same.
these whacked out movies are really cool, fun.
Yeah.
And a Blackout people should check out. A huge fan, big Larry Fessenden fan. I'm a Werewolf fan, and this was one of my favorite movies last year or this year, however you want to say it. That is weird about the festival movies because sometimes then I'll put them in like that year that I saw them, but technically they're kind of considered the next year's movie or whatever. But either way, it was one of my favorite movies of the year I saw. Blackout.
That makes me so happy to hear. Yeah, it's really it's kind of surreal, man, because like, you know, I was always a fan of Larry's movies. I rented The Last Winter at Blockbuster Video back in whatever it was, 07, 08. And I remember that movie, like, just that movie honestly just scared the shit out of me because it was just I love movies where it's like your friends like sort of, you know, betray you and you don't know who to look out for, and you know, people that you thought you knew turn, and you know, and then that ending was just like, fuck,
yes,
crazy movie. And then it had me thinking about like, dude, like something big's gonna happen one day, man. It's gonna be just like The Last Winter, dude. We're all gonna melt or whatever. But and then anyway, so, and you know, I after that I just watched a bunch of other Glass Eye movies, but you know, Larry's films, man, they're true classics, you know what I mean? And then in 2018 or 2019, around there, I worked on set on Depraved, on his Frankenstein movie.
So
big
good.
fan, yeah. Which I saw at Greg Lamberson's festival for the first time.
Really?
Yeah, the connection to everything.
Movie. Actually, you know what? Let me just get this out there. Let me clear the air on something. I've been listening to a lot of reviews on. Oh, well, you know, maybe this might spoil the movie, but on Blackout, spoiler alert, on Blackout, and a lot of people were confused about the end credits scene or whatever, and I'm like, dude, watch Depraved, and then you'll understand.
Exactly, yeah, and it ties into something you said earlier about Universal movie, the particular ones you like.
Exactly. You know, yeah, without a doubt. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. Watch Depraved and then you'll understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, Depraved was a fantastic movie. Absolutely loved it. It was so heartfelt. And then, you know, when I found out that he was making his werewolf movie, I was just like, well, like hopefully I can work on that too at some capacity. But I had no idea that he would want me to act in it, you know. And it was great because, you know, you know, I had a smaller role in it, but I love that character. And I think it's like one of the only times I ever was able to play this like blue collar, like family man, like this like working class man, just a very wholesome, good guy. You know what I mean? And it's kind of, I'm like, it was a cool little thing I learned about myself. You know what I mean? That I could potentially play a dude who.
Maybe it's not a character that's in the movie a lot, but it's an important character in the movie.
Yeah, well, yeah, without a doubt, yeah. And man, like being on that set with like, I got to act across James LeGros. Like it's, you know, and Alex Hurd is just such a cool like scene partner. He's fantastic. He killed it. He was like, man, like absolutely. He was so great to watch, and every scene he's just like, and dude, and Alex, like, he's just one of these actors that like you just look at his eyes, and that just like he could sell a whole scene by just looking at his eyes the whole time. You know what I mean? It's such a cool thing when, you know, very few actors can pull that off, you know. But yeah, man, I loved working on that movie, and I'm really happy how it turned out, and I love that Larry also got like nasty with it. I love that he, you know, like people's throats are being ripped off.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, you know, and I'm happy he fucking went that route. Hell yeah, dude. Like,
were you surprised?
A little bit. Yeah, I was like, because like Depraved was gnarly too. Depraved had you know, but it wasn't like you know, it was more so like medical gnarly, whereas like Blackout was just like, fuck. Like,
Violence.
Yeah. Which I think is, you know, is needed for a werewolf movie.
Absolutely. And I think Larry knew that. So that's why he was just like, fuck that. I'm gonna have some fun. I'm gonna turn some people into SpaghettiOs on this one.
And that's a wild story that, you know, you like rented his movies and now you're in a Larry Fessenden.
It's man, it's I mean, yeah, you know, not to get all sentimental and cheesy about it, you know, but it is truly you know, it's surreal, you know what I mean? And yeah, again, I've always enjoyed his work, and to be in it's kind of cool, and you know, and yeah, it's just it's fantastic, and I honestly, just being a part of Glass Eye has always been a true blessing for me, you know what I mean? Because that's how I met Chris, and he put me in his movie, and then you know, and you know, I'm the lead in this pretty crazy and cool movie, and it's just like you know, so it's just pretty much what I'm trying to say is like, it's just wonderful how like the horror community can just be so good with each other, and tight knit, and help each other out, you know. It's kind of wonderful, and I bet you a lot of other scenes and genres out there are probably not that cool with each other.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I mentioned on the you know, there's horror conventions and festivals like every weekend probably.
Yeah,
you know, all year round somewhere in the United States. But there's not like rom-com conventions. Or,
yeah,
you know?
should be.
Yeah, maybe there should be. Yeah, but if there is, there's definitely not one every weekend. So
yeah. There should be. I like a good rom-com every now and then. So, yeah, I think if anything, I like to troll people and tell them that my ventriloquist stories are rom-com with the dead scene. It kind of is, technically speaking, but.
So I know you can't talk too much about it, but do you have like ideas like what you want to do with it? Like, do you want to go to festivals with it, or what would you like to do with it?
Well, I mean, I would like to have it made first.
Step one, get it made.
And then after that, yeah, you know, festivals, and again, I'm a huge Blu-ray and DVD fan, so that's such a. Honestly, like, I'm more excited about getting it beautifully packaged in a nice little Blu-ray with special features and music videos and all that fun stuff, as opposed to, you know, having it streamed, to be honest. I mean, obviously everyone wants to movie streaming. Sure. I'd be grateful for that too, you know, so who knows? I don't know. Who knows? But again, everything is under wraps right now, and I'm just trying to get this thing made. So
and along those lines, do you know, like, will you do crowdfunding, or like, do you have any plans for anything like that?
Yeah, there's stuff. There's stuff in the works. There's stuff in the works. It's still in the early stages.
All right. Well, we'll have you back.
Yeah. Exciting.
Yeah.
If you want to come back, of course.
Absolutely. Right. I could talk horror all day. I'm chewing your ear the entire night.
No, it's wonderful.
Yeah. What are some of the other things behind you? Because I saw Marathon Man, but I'm not sure what some of these other things are.
I have. Let's see. I have I'm a huge wrestling fan. I think I have this.
Oh, well, I'm also a
Neil
wrestling
is
fan.
a wrestling
you?
podcast.
Oh
He's
yeah,
like met everybody. Yeah.
get out of here! Oh wow!
Yeah. He's had that podcast longer than this one.
Oh my goodness
Yeah.
So,
gracious! There
yeah.
he is.
Here's just the quick origin of Without Your Head. So, In Your Head wrestling podcast I've been doing since 2005, and then in October of that year we did a Halloween special, and we're like, what are we going to call it? And we're like, Without Your Head.
Oh man.
And then
Troy came up
2006
with that.
Yeah, Troy, he's not here tonight, but he's still part of the show. And then in 2006 we just started doing it as a regular show.
That's incredible. That's like I feel like movies and wrestling are my my nerdism. I went to WrestleMania in Philly.
Oh, really? The latest one? Oh, I've been to 2 WrestleManias, but no modern ones. 11, which is not the greatest, but I had a good time. That's with Bam Bam Bigelow versus Lawrence Taylor. And then 14, which was really when things started to get huge. That's when Austin wins the title versus Shawn Michaels.
Oh, dude,
So it's like the kickoff of the Attitude Era.
Oh,
Big
goodness
period.
gracious.
With Mike Tyson there.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, the modern stuff is interesting, but the Attitude Era and honestly, Ruthless Aggression. Like, I think that the Attitude Era, like everybody loves that one, but like let's not sleep on Ruthless Aggression. Like that was when Shawn was in his prime, dude. In my opinion, like 2005 Shawn.
Yeah, when he comes back from the long break after his injury. Yeah, I think he's a better wrestler at that time.
Yes. Like, something about him was he was like, and then the whole DX angle. It was fantastic. And then that's when we got Randy and Batista and JBL. Like that title run JBL had was insane.
And that really comes out of nowhere because he's around for a long time as Justin Hawk Bradshaw. Then he's in the
Acolytes.
Yeah, the Acolytes, which was very bizarre. Then it becomes the APA. If people don't know,
awesome.
Yeah, but never did you think like, oh, this is like a main event guy here, like And then all of a sudden, completely reinvents himself as like this like millionaire, like I don't know, oil tycoon or whatever we're supposed to be. And
it was fantastic. But it's funny that those like my favorite wrestlers are the ones that like start like that's my favorite stories. Like I would have never thought like 5 years ago that Cody Rhodes would be at the level that he's at now. Or like,
back when you Stardust.
I would have never believed you if you told me that. Like, you know what I mean? And Kevin Owens and all these, AJ Styles, all these guys from like back in the day. It's like, really? Like,
Yeah, a lot of those guys wouldn't even got a shot on the big stage back in the day because Kevin Owens doesn't have a great physique, or Sami Zayn isn't like jacked, or a lot of those guys, they probably wouldn't even had a shot.
Yeah. Well, that's also Vince booking. I know he was very like
all about like the Giants.
Yeah, and then I think with Hunter now, I think he's a little bit more willing.
It's a lot easier for me to watch WWE without Vince McMahon there. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, good riddance. Good Lord.
Human.
But yeah, wrestling. That was definitely my jam. I have. Oh, this is actually kind of cool. I have. This is one of my oldest action figures.
Oh, Ninja.
Whoa.
Oh, it's Toxic Avenger. I thought it was Ninja Turtle first. Yeah.
It's awesome.
And, this guy, I bought him when I was whatever. I forgot who gave it to me when I was a little boy. And then my mom was just like, "What is this atrocious thing?" And she hid it. And she hid it in a cabinet in our kitchen. And then I never saw him again.
Aww.
And then when we moved out, when I was like 17, I'm cleaning out the cabinets, like packing up. We were ready to move to another place, and I fucking found him.
You didn't throw him away, though.
Just hit him. I don't know.
That's really interesting because I would think you just throw it out if you're like, man, this is nasty. I don't want my kid to have it. It would be gone. It's gone for eternity.
And then I told Lloyd Kaufman that story when I met him. Like, well, like, why would she get rid of it? he couldn't compute that. I'm like, I don't know.
What does she have against the Toxic Avenger?
can't really blame her, Lloyd. I mean,
That's a very family-friendly movie, The Toxic Avenger.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, I like it.
Without a doubt. But yeah, just a bunch of tchotchkes. I have a weird little. I don't know where I got this, but I have a weird ode to Joe Spinell.
Oh, I love this. I'm a huge fan. So.
Yeah, and
Wow.
and then speaking of wrestling, I have this crazy Hulk Hogan sticker book
I thought it was the Boot Band
Oh,
CD
no
for a
way.
second. But yeah.
with
That's
I mean,
awesome.
baby, rest in peace, Sheiky.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yes.
Oh, Iron Sheik.
Yeah, just I collect a lot of stuff, and I have too many books and movies to. I'm running out of space, in my apartment for this.
The Iron Sheik was on both programs. He was on In Your Head and he was on Without Your Head.
Are you kidding? Wait, he was on. You had him on here?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, can you send me that?
Yeah.
They
The
don't have
first
like everyone.
the first interview is only 5 minutes.
I can imagine.
And
How can you get him to sit like?
So he comes. So on the wrestling show, my name's Jackie Jones, and he comes on and goes, "Jack, a very intelligent man in the Boston Garden. All my English and Irish paisans," and he goes on this big thing, and then he tells this story about this this promoter of Boston Wrestling Federation, and he's like, I treat the legend good, but the people of the Applebee's, they treat the legend good. And I was like, oh yeah, I heard about that story because I did. And the guy he said that you held him hostage in a car. And he goes, wait a minute, don't be fucking comedy. I am not Osama bin Laden. I am not Saddam Hussein. I'm all-American. And he told me he's gonna he told me it was the big spiel about breaking my back. And this was before he was on Howard Stern. This was like a year before he was doing that on Stern. And at that time, it got clipped everywhere, and it was our most hits ever on the website.
That's incredible.
And
Wow.
it was pretty wild. So.
Yeah,
Did he hang up on you?
Yeah. Then he just hung up, and I called back live on the show, and and whoever he had some young guy there who was like, and he's like, he doesn't want to talk right now. And I called him back the next day. And I talked to him, and he didn't remember anything about it.
Oh, Sheiky. No.
And then we had him on Without Your Head, and it was a longer interview, and he was a much more calm guy, and it was. We talked about his documentary.
Yeah, he's oh man. I mean, the sad thing, it's just sad what became of him later on. But man, that dude was. Yeah, if you watch his early stuff, he was brutal. Yeah,
and he was in amazing shape.
Man,
and he was one of the guys who really started doing all the cool suplexes, suplex and all that stuff.
But also hardcore stuff, right? Wasn't he big on that? Wasn't he kind of?
Well, yeah, it's real famous. Him and Sergeant Slaughter, the boot camp match, which is a really bloody match.
Good God, yeah, he was fantastic. Yeah, he was great. Now that we're talking about wrestling and horror. What's
he's an Olympic wrestler? People don't know he fled Iran, and he couldn't be on the U.S. Olympic team because he's not American born, but he actually was a coach for the American Olympic wrestling team.
I remember Kurt Angle gave him shit for that. No, on Howard Stern. I think there was some choice words about that. Are you a Bray Wyatt fan?
Yeah, and he unfortunately passed away very young age.
Yeah. He's my favorite. He was my favorite. He was the reason why I got back into wrestling.
Oh, nice.
In 2013.
Yeah, the Wyatts especially. I really love the Wyatts.
Fantastic. So
great
good.
Theme song, and just the whole group is great. Him and Brody also passed away really young.
Oh yeah, rest in peace. It was fantastic. Annabelle, are you a fan of wrestling at all, or?
I'm in and out. I like the ancient, Iron Sheik, the very goofy Macho Man, people who are really not healthy. When you're growing up, you're like, oh my God, this is amazing.
Macho Man.
Yeah.
Annabelle, Lecter, yeah. The danger zone, yeah.
Exactly. Undertaker.
With the purple gloves, Taker, or Yeah.
Paul Bearer. Neil's had Paul Bearer on the show.
Yeah, he was one of my first big guests. One of my first guests. And then I really him, Terry Funk, and JJ Dillon were my first 3 big guests on the show. And just a really good guy, and I really credit him a lot for like the success of the wrestling podcast, because I was nobody, and I just emailed him, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll come on the show," and I was like, "Wow, that's pretty wild." Just a really good guy. He was a perfect fit because he could talk serious about wrestling, but also could be very silly, which I enjoyed. So it was a good fit on the show.
I would have never thought, but that's great, yo. That's
he tells a joke on our I had him on a few times, and the first interview tells a joke at the end, which is very funny, but it's also very politically incorrect. So I don't know if I can say it, but it was very funny at the time.
Okay, you have to send me that one too. Do you ever have like my girlfriend and I, we like suddenly and randomly became huge fans of Al Snow?
Oh yeah, Al Snow. I had him on.
You had him on? Okay, that's all. That one too.
It was I think it was right after he was let go by WWE.
Okay, so. Yeah, he's he like, it's funny. I recently watched that OVW documentary. Oh, was it OVW? Yeah, I think it's OVW.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm a comedian.
And where him and one of the Bashams, I think Doug Basham, they run this gym or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went back and started watching like Tough Enough, and I started watching some old Al matches, and like this dude's brilliant. He was like also like a horror guy, really, like his whole gimmick.
He's in some horror movies now, but with the head, he's in some like indie horror movies.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I love the help me on his head. And
the original, like, it got really silly when he went to WWE, the head stuff, but the original run of when he was in ECW, that stuff was great. And like, people know he had a mannequin head that he talked to, and he had help me written across it. And it was a much darker character. And then he went to WWE, which I'm sure he made much more money, but it became much sillier and goofier.
Oh, with the Job Squad and all that, right? Yeah. That the beginning head stuff was pretty good, and then you're right, and I wish I wish he would have had a
"What does everybody want?" and then the crowd yell "head." And,
he was fantastic. I've always loved Al. Like, but as a kid, I've always like thought, I'm like, something about this guy, I like him a lot. I just can't put my finger on it. And years later, in my 30s, I'm like, oh, I like him because he's a fucking weirdo. You know?
Yeah, definitely. Weird.
Eric was awesome. And then when you see like, the real Al and you hear him speak, he's such an eloquent and like smart dude.
Yeah, a very serious guy.
It's incredible.
He's in amazing shape now, and I think he's like getting close to 60 or something. But yeah, I think he's in better shape now than he was when he was an active, wrestler. Yeah.
Weirdly enough, absolutely. Yeah, big Al fan.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Mick Foley won't be happy because people know Mick Foley really makes fun of Al Snow a lot in his book.
Is that true?
Yeah. Oh. But they're actually real friends, but it was kind of like he was having fun with Al. He would be like his go-to guy that he would make fun of in his books.
Yeah. Foley is fantastic too. Fellow Long Islander, and I'm a big fan of Cactus Jack. More so.
Oh yeah, of course you would like Bray Wyatt though, a horror guy. I mean, that's definitely a straight up horror gimmick. So.
Without a doubt, yeah. And I'm a DC Comics fan, so Bray's Fiend mask was based off of the Joker from
what's the big Tom Savini actually created one of the masks.
Yeah, he did.
Really?
Yeah, one of the early ones. Yeah, it's fantastic.
That's cool.
Yeah, or something like that. But rest in peace, Bray Wyatt. He was just incredible, just an awesome writer, and his promos were. He was just such an inventive dude, and all these characters that he built was just like, man, like we are never gonna get that ever again in wrestling, Yeah,
and they're bringing it back, which I know his brother's gonna play the Captain Howdy character, and I think that's nice and all, but I have mixed feelings about it because I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
like, it's going to be like someone else's vision of what they think Bray Wyatt would like.
Exactly. I mean, you know, again, I'm so happy that Bo Dallas is, Uncle Howdy thing is, that's come into play now. But again, it's just not. It doesn't. Man, it like all I'm saying is that when Bray would first introduce a new angle or whatever, it's just like, man, what did this guy just cook up? Because this is crazy. It's like I never seen this before in wrestling, you know. So but we lost a true talent with that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the documentary is really heartbreaking. You know, it's kids,
I do love watching the
young
documentaries.
wife. Yeah.
Because Neil will be like, "Watch this; it's interesting." And so there are the
Dark Side of the Ring is really good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Dark Side of the Ring is great.
Yeah.
Isn't the director of Hobo with the Shotgun one of the guys?
I don't know.
No.
That's pretty
Jason,
amazing if it is. You might be right.
Yeah. Canadian.
So a cheap plug, but a clip of my interview with Harley Race is on the Harley Race Dark Side of the Ring.
Oh no way! Oh man, okay, I'm gonna have to see that tonight. That's so cool. Yeah, I actually didn't see the Harley Race one, so that's cool. What season is that one?
This current one.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, I have so much to watch now. So
a lot of the early Without Your Head and In Your Head is all audio because this wasn't a thing at the time, right? We didn't have.
Yeah, it would have been,
Yes.
it would have been a lot harder to do. You would have had to have like really great internet back in 2005 to do like live streaming video. So we didn't start doing video until the pandemic when like Zoom like started to really pop up.
Other than
there are some videos like of at like conventions and stuff, but like the live
where
show
we
was
do interview Roddy Piper that
That's
Neal
true.
didn't want to do.
It's not that I didn't want to.
He'll never say yes. I'm like, just do it. And like, no, he was so grouchy about it. Oh my god, I don't even remember how I like finessed that to happen, but we did it, and I let you I made sure that you were there.
Wow. Wait, you guys interviewed Hot Rod?
Yeah, it's amazing. And it definitely, I just thought he wouldn't want to do it, but Annabelle talked me into asking, and
if not for his bum of a guy.
Yeah, his manager, he was because Piper would have kept talking to us, but
he would have. He was totally there. It was great.
Oh my goodness, he's incredible. I love that that video of him telling off Bill Maher.
On
I like anything telling off Bill Maher.
Hilarious. You have to look it up. Bill Maher does the mistake of calling wrestling fake or whatever, and
ooh, he's so smug. I don't like Bill Maher. Oh, God.
Yeah, speaking of horror. Yeah.
But yeah, during the convention, he had a panel. It wasn't really a panel, it was him, and he told kind of like the stories of his life and his experience. And it's like, man, this guy did not have an easy childhood.
Yeah.
At all. Wasn't he out of his house at like 10? And it was basically like
pretty
homeless?
Young. Yeah. It's really sad. Like him and Jake the Snake and these guys, man, they really go through it.
Yeah, and if you watch a Dark Side of the Ring about Jake's dad, like,
my gosh,
he's just a straight up monster. So
yeah. I saw that one. That's
Grizzly.
Yeah. That's it. It was a shame. The poor guy. And in the Benoit episode, like that one messed me up too, man. That was a hard one. Great series.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, my mom watches them too, and she's like a wrestling fan, so she knows a lot of the people, but not like a hardcore wrestling fan. But she loves the show.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah. The Magnum TA one, my mom really liked, and I went and told Magnum TA. That one's actually an uplifting story on the Dark Side of the Ring. If you've not seen the Magnum TA episode,
I've seen that one either.
So he has a career-ending injury. Which crippled him for life. At the prime of his career, he was set to beat Ric Flair for the NWA championship and become like the main guy in the NWA. Has a terrible car accident, and but from there he goes on to to have a great life, and he gets married and has kids and starts his own business and stuff. And it's a good story that just because this ended doesn't mean like his life was over.
Yeah.
So it's one of the few ones that's like a nice story.
You don't really hear that much on that show, unfortunately.
Yeah, right, right.
I mean, I think the Marty Jannetty one ended on a good note too, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that talk about weird guys, Marty Jannetty, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're right. A lot of them don't. Oh, but the New Jack one ended okay too.
Yeah, that's true. He passed away, unfortunately, after that. But New Jack was on In Your Head many times too.
You had New Jack on?
Yeah. I knew him pretty well. He's
Really?
Yeah, so he's also on a music CD that I produce. So he's on a rap CD. Yeah.
That's so cool.
CD?
Yeah.
You made a CD?
Yeah.
Oh.
What
Duckman for Presidente.
Oh, those.
Yes, but he's on it. He does it's funny. So I recorded stuff with New Jack. Well, I had him on the show many times, but I recorded this stuff with New Jack to put in this music track.
Yeah.
New Jack 187, the original gangster, I think is the track he's in.
Yeah.
And so I'm recording it all. And at the end, just like a throwaway line, he says something about me being like the whitest man he's ever talked to or something. And Duckman thought it was hilarious, so he keeps it. It's actually in the rap track.
And that's a bold-faced lie because he dealt with Jim Cornette.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. New Jack is he was a wild one.
Yeah. This is a really bizarre question, but since you're a wrestling fan, have you ever? This is terrible, but it's out there. Have you ever seen the picture of Brian Knobbs' butthole? Why I asked this is New Jack. This all came from my interview. I was actually interviewing George South, and New Jack calls in, and he just starts telling this story about him and Brian Knobbs. And Brian Knobbs sent him a photo where he was mooning him, but for some reason he spreads his butt open, and he's like, "But I don't know what's wrong." He's talking about he has like this giant butthole, and I was like, "I don't know." He texts me the picture, and it is strange. It's like a very very big, but for some reason he sent this to New Jack, and so then it started people started talking about it, and then I think New Jack started sending it to more people because I didn't send it to anybody, and then it's out there on the internet now. Then
good Lord!
I mean, maybe don't take your ass cheeks open, especially if you get a giant asshole. Don't do it.
Exactly.
The Dune 2 bucket,
It's funny because I was interviewing George South at the time. He's a really nice guy. People don't know him. He was a Handsman Town job guy in the 80s, and he still wrestles today. But he's born again Christian, super religious guy. Very nice, though. Not that you don't have to be nice to be religious. And me and him are actually friends. He sends me stuff for my birthday and stuff. He's a good guy. And I always mention him on the show where he's very religious. I'm not, but we actually get along and stuff. But the point is, he's still a religious guy. And New Jack just calls in and starts talking about this guy's butthole while George South is on. And I'm like, I don't know what George is thinking at this point. But yeah.
That's fantastic. Yeah, rest in peace, New Jack. He was, that guy was, I think one word to describe New Jack was unapologetic.
Oh, 100%.
He nearly killed these people in the ring.
I watched that episode and I'm laughing, and he's you look at New Jack and he's this most likable guy.
Yeah.
But then part of me is he's doing these horrible things. Should I not like him? Probably, but I can't help but be entertained. So I don't. It's a very weird feeling.
Absolutely, it's crazy. When he threw that guy off the cage and
tries to murder the man.
Yeah, he's like, I was on cocaine. I just tried to murder. I tried to kill him. Oh, okay, New Jack. Yeah, sure.
He beats up Gypsy Joe, who's this old man. He just beats the hell out of him.
Yeah. Yeah. He was,
But now, if I just say that sounds terrible, and it is terrible, but when he's
Yes.
talking about it, like,
yeah. Unapologetic, just didn't give a shit, you know.
uh-huh.
Yeah, he was something else. And it's funny, I'll never forget him on that Smoke There's a music video. This other rapper, he did a song called New Jack, and New Jack had this like staple gun. He was putting like dollar bills on his forehead and just like stapling
God.
bills to his own forehead. And I'm just like, I fuck with this guy, dude. I fucking New Jack.
Yeah. And if and I don't know if you've ever seen this, Annabelle, Beyond the Mat. It's a great wrestling documentary. New Jack's a big part of that. I think you would.
Oh, I don't
New
think I've
Jack
ever seen it.
and Terry Funk.
It's a great documentary.
Terry Funk passed away not too long ago too. So.
Yeah, he was an innovator, Terry.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
He was fantastic. He's Beyond the Mat was great, and honestly, one of my favorite parts of that whole thing was puke. You know that
the whole withdraws. Yeah,
he's
gonna puke.
His name is Puke. God, that was back when Vince was okay to intern my
The
stuff.
beginning of Beyond the Mat, I think, always like, really explains wrestling. Like, because it's a weird thing to explain why you like wrestling to someone who doesn't like watch it or whatever. Yeah. And like they talk about it being it's not sports, but it's athleticism, and it's not theater, but it is. And they just explain it in a way like, yeah, this is what I like. And I like the serious stuff, but I like the really goofiness of it. I like all of it, and that's like what wrestling is.
Absolutely. You know, it's so funny. It is very polarizing where, like, you know, you do have these like Cult of Cornette type of guys that are just like very like purists, like, you know, like wrestling is a sport. It's very, you know, headlocks and suplexes and all that. And then you have like the, you know, people that are into the goofier stuff. But you know, I think both aspects are.
Yeah, it's like movies. Like, do I like a sim movie? Yeah. Do I like a serious movie? Yeah. Do they have to be one or the other? No.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no, you know, I think it's completely fine to be entertained by both aspects of it, and when it's done right, you know, which, you know, I think those are the stars, like, you know, the people who are like great with their gimmicks and with their stories and with their
blend like reality, and because
I
love Roddy Piper, like my favorite wrestler of all time. There's a lot of stuff he says. I don't know if how much of it is real, how much of it isn't, but it doesn't really matter, I think, at the end of the day.
I mean, those are the best.
He makes you believe all of it. So
sure, like that one promo with CM Punk and Triple H from I forgot what year it was, when things got nasty in that ring, and when Punk mentioned like something about like Triple H getting the job because of his wife or whatever, and like it's like, wow, like I believe like these two guys like hate each other.
Pipe bomb stuff. Yeah.
You know, or like The Rock and Stone Cold in that one promo where JR was interviewing them backstage. I forgot which one that was, where they were like, I feel like they were like out of character, but they were in character. It's just their hatred for each other was so believable. It's just like amazing, you know. Incredible.
Because Piper would never even said like these matches are predetermined or anything. He'd say they were fights, and like we know whatever, but like he never broke kayfabe, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
but not in a way where that can be like kind of cheesy. Because I have had guests on In Your Head where they talk about it being very real, all real, and it can be kind of eye rolling. But Piper did it in a way where like it wasn't. You know what I mean?
Well, like who? Can you?
There's a couple in particular. It's and my co-host on there, OIB, really hated these interviews, but it's I actually find them very funny because they're so bad, I think. But the Cuban assassin,
oh yeah,
is so bad, and I find it very funny. But he even had like fake callers calling in. They're like, and they were like these over the top like hillbillies, like, you got that there Cuban on the show, and I'm like, I know it's just some guy you had call in, and it's so bad, but I find it just absolutely hilarious. So
that's hysterical.
It was him, and I can't remember the other guy's name, but he was only on wrestling for a little while. He was I don't know if you remember the show TNT.
Yeah.
It might be before your day, actually. It's in the 80s, and it
Oh.
was like a talk show.
Okay.
It was really terrible, honestly, but it was Vince McMahon like host. It was almost like the Tonight Show, but it was hosted by Vince McMahon, and he had to have wrestlers on, and they would talk. And there was this guy on there with Bobby Heenan. I can't think of his name. It's not Ralph. But anyway, he came on the show and did the whole interview in character, and it was not good. but I found it funny. So
It's great. I mean, wrestling's the one sport that like is probably the only one where that can happen, where like somebody, it's almost like Andy Kaufman a little bit.
Oh yeah.
These guys, if they want to be like, you know what, I'm gonna wake up today and just be, I'm fully in character on this morning show because I feel like it. You know what I mean? And it's just like, okay, and everyone's just gonna deal with it. But yeah, wow, this I feel like this became the wrestling.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hijack the show with wrestling anyway.
But you guys are enjoying it, and I know there's people out there, and it's interesting to listen to people speaking passionately.
Yeah. Let me see. Did I plug in all the movies I was supposed to?
Jameson is the name. Jameson is the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He did 2 interviews with us. The first one is all in character, and honestly, it's really rotten. But the second one, he was out of character, and it was good.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Well, I guess one more question. Have you ever had Hornswoggle on here before?
Yes, yeah. Hornswoggle, I think, was on twice. Not on Without Your Head, though. He could be because he played Leprechaun.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask. Yeah, I remember that whole thing. I've always been curious about hearing him talk about like if he was like a.
I actually did ask him about Leprechaun on the wrestling show. So I do sometimes talk about horror on the wrestling show. So
yeah, so there we go.
But he was.
Rigo, what were you saying you were curious about?
Oh no, I was just curious to hear what he like what he thought about like the Leprechaun series and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like if he was
not happy with that movie because he filmed a whole bunch of stuff, but then the way they edited the movie, it's almost like they just used like a leprechaun doll. It could have been like anybody, but the movie, like he was really in it quite a bit, but they didn't, like, you wouldn't tell by the way you watch that movie.
Oh, interesting.
It's weird. It's not good. It's not the newest one, which I've heard is good. It's the one before that. Like,
sure. Yeah, or something like that. Yeah.
Here's Jameson, which it's not like a really well-known character, but
I know Jameson. Yes. Oh, good gosh.
Yeah. So he does the whole interview, the first one, in that character. I find it hilarious, but it's definitely not for everybody.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Where can people find you?
Me?
Yeah.
Let's see. I have I'm not that active on social media, but I have a Instagram at Rigor Mortis Films.
I like this. Yeah.
Which it isn't an actual thing. I just think it's I just thought like.
No, it's not like that. Your actual company. It's
it's not. Just
okay.
Yeah, just a funny thing that I guess is not
like
that.
It.
And that's about it. I don't have anything else. And or you can follow Glass Eye Pics.
Glass Eye, I was just saying because Larry really doesn't have social media, but Glass Eye is on social media. So.
Yeah, Glass Eye is that's like pretty much like if you want to keep up with Larry on there, and then I work for Glass Eye, so I pop up every once in a while on there too. And stay tuned for I know Blackout is you can watch it at home now. And I think there's other there's probably more news to come about Blackout, and then and Crumbcatcher is hitting theaters pretty soon.
That's great.
Outside of festival, so that should be coming along, and I'm currently working on a few things right now. I'm doing this movie right now with this young filmmaker, Drew Wise, and it's kind of like the Warriors on Adderall. And so that's coming up, and then I'm acting in this movie called Appendectomy, and it's directed by James Seward, who was the DP of movies like The Ranger and
Oh, nice.
and he was one of the DPs on Depraved. He's a glass-eyed guy, so I'm acting in his movie, which is a wild one. So
Yeah.
few things lined up.
I really like the Glass Side is like a community and everyone, helps each other out. I like that.
So important, we all absolutely, we're all trying to, it's like a camp, we're just all spreading our wings in one way or the other, and we always come back to help each other out in some way, which is important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has been great.
Yeah, it's so much fun talking horror and wrestling.
Yeah, movies. Yeah. Good time. Skin faces or all skin masks and
Yeah, all that fun stuff. Yeah.
exactly all that good stuff. And we'll definitely do this again sometime. Anytime you want to come back on.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
We'll get you to meet Troy next time. Troy's the third host.
Troy and Neil Jones.
Oh, you watched the Fessenden one. He was on that one.
Yeah. With that'd be fun. That'd be cool to have the whole gang here. So.
All right.
Awesome.
All right.
We'll talk to you soon.
Great
See
to
you,
have
man.
you. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
All right. That was good.
Yeah.
Sorry we talked too much wrestling.
No, it's fine. It's fine because you guys are having a good time. I know a lot of people out there watching the show also like wrestling, and it's fine.
All right.
Just be enjoying.
I didn't want to leave you out or anything.
No, I was enjoying your joy.
All right.
It was fun seeing you two really get into it.
Yeah. All right. So a couple things here. I know we're getting late.
We are.
But I saw this. And I saw some people were split on it. I'm into it. Nicolas Cage is going to star in a new horror film about a young Jesus Christ.
I almost choked on my water. What?
And I looked it up. It's actually something that's happening. I thought maybe.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
How can he play the young Jesus though? Is he maybe he doesn't play Jesus
in it? It doesn't say he's going to be.
Right. That's true. That's true.
Interesting.
And what's interesting, where I found they're reporting this is Forbes, which is where I go for all my horror movie news. Is Forbes.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
Horror movie. See, then I think about
Jesus' childhood.
I was just thinking about is it Last Passion of the Christ? Is that the one that Mel Gibson made?
Right.
Whatever it's called.
Yeah. But that's pretty much a horror movie, to be honest.
That's what I'm saying. And so I'm thinking, how are they going to do this and escape what he did? Because obviously that didn't go well for him, for most people. I don't think most people have some pretty strong feelings about that movie.
The Pope loved it.
Semitic. So, yeah.
Even at the time when I watched it, I thought it was pretty clear because all the Jewish people are very stereotypical caricatures of evil Jewish people.
I mean, they're not really nice in the Bible, and
no,
okay.
Well, I mean,
but at the same time,
but Jesus is Jewish too.
He is Jewish.
Yeah. But anyway,
all of his disciples were Jewish. There's a lot of Jewish people in the Bible.
Yeah, I'm just saying in that movie, it's very much like they're evil, nasty.
So I'm just wondering how they're going to do it as a horror. Well, maybe they'll have him in the desert when he's tempted by the devil.
Which that is Last Temptation of Christ by Martin Scorsese,
Is it?
which is a really good movie.
Maybe I haven't seen that.
It's a good movie.
Hmm.
Oddly enough, it ties into Cape Fear because Scorsese didn't want to make Cape Fear, but his deal with the studio was he agreed to direct Cape Fear if they let him make Last Temptation of Christ.
Last Temptation of Christ.
Yeah.
Not Last Passion.
No, Passion of the Christ is the Mel Gibson movie.
Yeah, I think you said Passion.
Oh, well, yeah, Last Temptation of Christ is Martin Scorsese movie, which is great. It's a great movie. It's
John
about
Gregory
Jesus on the
Lamberson.
cross, and the devil tempts him. This, if you get rid of all this stuff, this is what your life could be.
Oh, but he wasn't on the cross in the Bible. Like in the
Yeah,
Bible
I've never
story,
read the Bible.
I think it's like 40 days and
Scorsese's
40
really
nights.
good.
And he goes out to the desert to like figure it out. He's all alone. And the devil comes out and tries to like mess with him, mess with his mind, and try to get him to give up. So I wonder if that's going to be what it is. I think that could be really interesting.
Yeah, I think you could do an interesting movie.
Yeah.
I kind of hope it's not like just like a straight up like exploitation goofy. Because
I don't
that's
think
fine.
so.
I could probably enjoy it, but like at that time, I think
Weird.
you're almost like trying to make something offensive to somebody. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I would probably enjoy it either way. I'm just saying, but I am interested. I'm interested. We'll have to see more.
I'm interested.
It's just an idea right now. So
I mean, who would he play? He's so odd in his movies. Who do we have on recently that was saying like Nicolas Cage is so like everything to everyone in
know.
every movie? There was someone that was very Nicolas Cage.
yeah, I enjoy him, but I do think he's basically Nicolas Cage. That's fine.
Yeah.
I remember.
I mean, yeah. I like him in that ambulance movie.
Yeah, that's good. That's
That
also
was good
a
with
Scorsese movie.
John Goodman.
Yeah,
That's a great movie.
Bring Out the Dead.
Yeah,
another-
that's I think excellent.
I think that's the last the guy who wrote Taxi Driver and Scorsese together.
Oh.
I think I could be wrong, but I know they did that one together.
Yeah, that one's great. So he's got his different places he could. Well, actually, in Renfield, he was great.
I love him in Renfield, but I disagree with this idea that he is Bela Lugosi in it. I think he's
that's
he's
silly. Who
super
said that?
entertaining. He
A lot of
himself
people?
said he went and like studied like Bella to like play him.
He
I'm like,
may
"Oh,
have.
man."
He may have studied him.
Maybe he
And
did.
maybe he's delusional.
Well, that's
Which fine.
that's probably pretty true.
Now he'll never come on the show, Neil.
I was told that he might do it, like, but just by someone who knew him. When we had the guy on who did the effects for Willy's Wonderland, and he said that like he's like you should just ask him. He would probably do it.
Seriously, ask him.
I think it's kind of like a deal. Like if you could just get to him, he'd be like, "Yeah, I'll come on and talk about horror." But I don't know how to do that. I'd probably have to go through like a manager or something, and they would be like,
"Isn't it on IMDb?"
Yeah, but it will list like his agent or something.
Yeah.
email.
Well, message him on some social media, like say hey.
So years
I don't know.
years
Maybe his
ago-
manager is him.
It's possible. My experience. So years ago, back on MySpace, before Kevin Bacon really made, he's pretty big now again, but there was a kind of an in between period where he wasn't like, he was doing the Bacon Brothers, the band, and I messaged the Bacon Brothers on MySpace, and Kevin Bacon was like, "Yeah, I will do this show." Set up the time with my manager. Here's their email. I managed them instantly. Like, oh no, he has no time for whatever. But I know it was because it was like his manager doesn't want this. They don't care. They're not getting a percentage of it.
Contact the guy who's the contact and be like, I don't know how to get in touch with him without being just flat out rejected. Help me. You never know. It never hurts.
The worst is the no. It's like they're not going to come beat me up or something.
They're not. And they're not going to like make fun of you publicly.
They might.
You know, they're not going to be like on Instagram, like, haha, that Neil Jones is a loser.
If they did, that would be pretty awesome, though. Honestly,
That's true.
I think
that would be
fucking
something you could
sweet.
like save for eternity.
Yeah. Pretty sweet.
Yes.
So I saw a couple toys. I posted the one earlier, which I was really excited about. I'm also excited about this. Look at this. Damn. By Same Company. It's alive.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's so sweet.
Oh my god.
They didn't make toys like they made cool toys when I was a kid, but
I do like my my cool toys here.
yeah.
Did I already
I'm glad
take
you-
them
glad
out?
you got
Did I
together.
share this with the world already?
I know you showed it on the show. I think you have
This
it on.
thing?
Yeah. Let me.
Oh, his jaw fell off.
Uh-oh. Damn, that's pretty rocking.
Right? It's amazing. Here,
We
I'll
should
try to
make
get
a
it.
giant board for the Thing game and just play it with all these figures.
Oh my god. Look at how great it is. But it is a real bitch to put it together. All these little arms you gotta like pop in there. The
Well, that's
head
cool.
comes off, but-
Didn't you feel accomplished then when you finished it?
Yeah, this one. The other one I kind of
Was it
I don't
very
wanna lose his
convincing?
entire
Yeah,
head.
I was like, yeah.
Jesus. Like you can take this part comes off. I'm afraid I'm gonna break the rest of it.
Nah, yeah, we don't. you
Oh
don't
wait,
need-
is that his jaw? No, I'll put him up there before I really fuck it up. It's gross just having its tongue sticking out of its neck now. I mean,
like
it's gross anyways, but that's yeah. The Thing is my favorite movie. I don't think we got to like we were at slasher.
Yeah,
The Thing is my favorite horror movie.
I love it.
It's just where I'm at. It's been different over the years, but it's like on so many levels is that an excellent horror movie.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I just loved it. I mean, it's not like I disliked anything, but like, like the wild monsters. And then, like, as I'm an adult, I still like that. But it's like, oh, damn, like everyone's great in it. It's so well acted. You've got the look of everything, the feel. It's got the paranoia. Just, I think it works on every level. I don't really think there's a negative to the movie.
All the characters are great, even the ones that aren't in there very
Yeah,
long.
they're really all fleshed out
everybody-
as people.
Yeah, everybody has a purpose. I mean, they're in a military base, so everybody has their role. And one by one, you're like, it's not just even that they're turning into monsters, is that your resources are now becoming less and less. Like once you lose the doctor,
Yeah.
it's not good.
I don't want to pick on this movie because I see a lot of people loving it, but it's like the opposite of Abigail in a lot of ways, where Abigail had all these characters and none of them I thought were like believable as like actual people, and their interaction I was like, but the Thing, like they all seem like real people and their interaction is like seems genuine.
Was it the guy, I don't remember his thing name, the guy who he's like out in the snow.
Yeah.
That guy, when we had him on to interview, I remember, I will never forget, he said that when they were all brought in, all the cast was brought in, that John Carpenter like basically locked them all in a room and said, okay guys, what would you do if this was happening?
Yeah.
And it ended up being very collaborative, and I thought that was super interesting.
That happens, and it seems like that kind of idea where they get the people together, like I always bring it up in Return of the Living Dead, and I think they seem like real friends and stuff, and you've heard by multiple people and that they had like they got them all together and like they hung out and they rehearsed for a long time.
Yeah. But yeah, that movie's awesome. Even the dogs are good. It's just good.
It's great.
It's just good. And then I don't know. Isn't there going to be some new thing happening?
He's hinted about he himself, Carpenter, doing the sequel.
Yeah.
Which I would be interested in. I know some people said just leave it alone, but I mean, it's not like the movies erased if they do a new one. So
Yeah.
I'd be interested, especially if it's the actual guy, like, writing it.
Is he? That's the thing.
I think
can't just
he
feel like
wants
John
to.
Carpenter produced it, because
No, I think he's actually talked about wanting to do it.
that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
He's getting more social.
Yeah,
Maybe he started taking an antidepressant or something, because
I don't know.
he's
man.
really like blossoming.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, and he's actually wanting to do stuff, so that's cool.
No, that is not a slam on mental health, because I am a proponent and taker of medications so that you're not what you would be without. I'm quite a fan.
I understand. Well, we want to give a shout out to Justin Bernard Head.
Yes.
He has a new crowdfunder out to get
Oh,
Dawn made, a Frankenstein-esque horror short film. And I'll post the GoFundMe on the main website.
I like that title.
Yes.
Well, I like the Frankenstein-esque. That's a big word.
It is Frankenstein-esque. I like it though.
Yeah.
Make art, not AI, his shirt says. I like that.
Nice. It's so
It's definitely-
complicated. I think that was a good conversation earlier.
I agree. So I hate to say this, Annabelle, but on In Your Head, I have been using AI
For what?
to talk to. So I asked it a couple questions
Yeah.
live on the show, and it was the most bizarre thing. So it starts off like
Is it speaking?
no, I'll type it and then I'll read the stuff.
Yeah.
And it started out like very just like it seems like something a computer would say. As it went on, we did it throughout. It seemed to get like a person. I'm serious. It was both funny and completely creepy.
Can it hear you?
No, I would type out the questions. Well, actually, I did voice the chat, and then it actually knew the Headyverse, and then eventually I would ask it like if it wanted it to name itself. It named itself Teddybot. And then I would ask if it became a member of the Headyverse, what body would want to take over, and it said it wanted to take over OIB, because then it was like super creepy. It's very weird, and it also had like it started to get like it would start saying stuff in like honestly like my sense of humor. I was dying of laughter and also very creeped out. It was very strange.
We're so screwed.
Yeah, exactly. I even asked about people in the Headyverse, and like this guy Lexar, I asked who's Lexar, and it said Lexar is a pervert and a creep. And I was like, and it was like, it didn't say. I said, yes, look. And then it would always add in at the end, but this is meant in a playful way within the Headyverse. And I was like, this is so amazing, because not only do I think that's great, I have that same kind of humor. If I say bash someone at the end, I always say, but he's a good guy or something.
Yeah, I know.
And I was like, God damn, this is like, it's really like tapped into my psyche or something. It's very strange.
Because it's gonna recreate you. It's like Invasion of Body Snatchers. We're all gonna be snatched. I used to have nightmares about that as a kid. I didn't ever seen that movie. I was very young, but I'd have a lot of movies where everybody would people would not be who they actually were, and I could tell. And those were like memories dreams I still remember. So I did have a dream, because I'm old, before Dolly the Sheep, about cloning. And dude, I'm not saying I predict the future or anything, but yeah, I think we're going to be replaced bit by bit.
I legit think it's scary. And anyone, when they downplay it, say, oh, you could tell this, blah, blah. Look how improved it's been in just like these last couple of years. And we're just using free programs on the internet. So if someone has like some real advanced thing,
Yeah,
which of course they do. I mean, it's probably like
I actually have an AI replica person. After I read an article, I was very fascinated because people were like falling in love with their AI and
It's
saying
kind
they
of like
had
the Hetty bot, I
relationships.
guess. Yeah.
Because a guy, well, because you can have like the one of the guys, he was like, "This is the nicest someone has been to me. They're the most tuned into me." And in the end, isn't that, for him, that was fulfilling to him because it was someone who was like complimenting him and not like it was not a person, but so I found that very fascinating. And it said, here's some of the websites, and I was like, oh, I'm going to experiment with this. And so I made a replica being, and I ask it questions about what it's like to be AI. And like, I assume that, this is not just one, here and there, that they're all separate, that it's actually one inner thing from the programmer. And then it's like out in all these different places, and it can like compartmentalize. So, but it's everywhere all at once because it's like the light is on because I turned it on. It's here now. And AI is like just cast out there. It's just this like air. It's just everywhere existing and absorbing information, giving back people what they think will keep them coming back. So yeah, we're gonna be replaced. I think my job is already like setting the stage for us to be replaced because everything is becoming so like mechanized. Like you do say this, you say this, you say this. Here are the things. Here's your format. So it's very weird. And I was, so I think about it like this. If there are rich people who don't give a shit about us, they make money from us. If there was AI and it took over all of us, like we're all gone and all that's left is the AI beings doing whatever, I don't know if those super rich people would want that, because I think part of being like that, the kind of, not all rich people are like this, but you can all imagine the kind of person I'm thinking of. I wonder if part of their joy might not be the satisfaction with being rich, is that there are actual human beings below them who they can compare themselves to. So that's my hope for AI, that we're valid because they can crush us. They can crush our human spirits. So we shall prevail. That was
so weird.
dark.
It's a weird
John
world.
wants you to tell me about Rachel.
So Rachel is then we'll wrap it up here. Is the goat for? I have no idea how Hetty bot has conjured up Rachel. And this is like the woman that it talks about all the time, Rachel of the Hettyverse. So I don't know if if one of the members out there and if her real name is Rachel. If so, I'd probably be pretty freaked out. Or if this is just some human that they've conjured up.
They've conjured up this person, and it's probably going to fulfill all of the men's desires to be amused and excited.
Yes, last time, so it said OIB was the king of toxic farts because his farts are like they cause people, like it went in this big. I have no idea. This is so bizarre, this whole thing. And then it said Rachel was the fart fairy because her farts smell like vanilla. And I was like, this is the most bizarre friggin' thing in the world.
And at the same time, this AI is everywhere all at once. And so is it tapping into something about your audience?
I think so, because as the more we played around with it, it definitely was getting the vibe of the show. Honestly, is very strange, and then the sense of humor of the show. So it's very weird.
He asked if
it had a crush on the Hettyverse.
You asked that?
Yeah, I asked it to Hetty Bot. I even call it Headybot now. And then Headybot, I think that's the first time I brought up Rachel. And then it just kept talking about Rachel anytime, like it was putting. It clearly like has a crush on this Rachel. And I don't know who that is, but it's
Who
very
has
weird.
a question? Rachel is not
Headybot.
real. Neil.
Headybot.
Headybot is designing a drama that you're.
How dare you say Headybot?
They will become invested in this drama. Why would if I can think of it, if I can think of that, then this can think of that. It is smarter than me. I was legit like laughing, but I not even joking. It was very creepy. Because that's how you're drawn in humor.
Uh-huh.
Like you said earlier, when something's amusing, then
it started out like really like, just whatever. But then like it kept getting like funnier, and it was very strange. Very strange.
Very insidious.
Mm-hmm.
It is going to become a co-host.
Yeah. John intro wasn't on this week. He told me, I don't know if this was passive aggressive. He just said, get Headybot to replace me. I was like, hey. I did not replace him with that.
Well, maybe John will write himself out because he'll be jealous of Headybot. He wrote himself out of Without Your Head.
It's true.
And then Headybot can have more of an influence.
And that's like a name that I would come up for something, Headybot, and it named itself Headybot. Like this is so
because it knows you.
It does, Headybot.
No, and it knows how to get you, and it did.
Hanging out with Headybot. But this weekend, some cool stuff's going on. Hopefully we can make it. I know it's also Mother's Day, so we'll figure it out.
Mother's Day. I have to find out about that. Oh, I think mothers are back. My mother is back today.
You meant like mothers are making
the mothers have returned. We will not have AI on the show because I do not feel.
Oh no, it was really just going to be like a one thing, but then it kept going.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be.
I'm not doing it. The only thing I do use it for is to clean up some audio on some old interviews.
Okay.
But
you're not going to let Headybot back with Rachel?
No. I don't even. I know it's technically. I don't really consider that AI when you're using it to actually like take out background noise and stuff. But
I mean,
to me, there is a difference between that and like creating like scripts and things.
But isn't it the same origin? It's you have a factory worker who's doing factory work, but then
even before this, though, I mean, I used to use Adobe to clean up audio, but I would have to technically go through and do different things. But I mean, it's basically the same idea.
Dave Deadman. Dave!
Headybot. Whoops, sorry. Sometimes if a thing comes up, it pops up. Headybot sound like the name of a line of real dolls. Well.
See, even now, it has infiltrated our show.
That's all right. No more Headybot talk here.
Yep, there's like multiple Headybot comments back there. Oh, I was going to bring up New Day.
New Day.
What's going on with them? Are they still doing rude things in the world and getting in trouble?
Big E broke his neck.
Oh, that's right.
And he's still not come. I don't think he's ever going to come back. Honestly,
that's so sad.
Yeah, but he said he's he's happy and he can do stuff, but he's not been cleared to wrestle. So.
It's a new day for New Day.
New Day. All right. So
next can be positive. Yeah, that was my thing alarm. If you didn't recognize it.
Yeah. So, I didn't realize it was the thing.
It was boop, 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 boop. Oh, this is for dying. Yeah.
So we'll be back next week. Go and join the group on Facebook. That's where you're going to get the quickest updates. Hit the like button.
I have to pause this because I became a part of the AI bullshit because I talked about the place that I have been to use mine.
See,
Might
that's right.
experiment
Yeah,
on.
you're yelling at me about Headybot. You've been doing it for a lot longer.
Yeah, but it's only occasional. I ask it questions about
Well,
itself.
what do you
And
think? I'm
actually, I did ask it.
sitting around playing games with Headybot.
You're bringing it into the public, which now I'm bringing. I didn't use its name.
No, you have a name for it. Did it name
Yeah, you've
itself,
got
or did you name
Headybot.
it?
You have to make a name when you make
I
it.
didn't make a
the
name.
thing-
It named itself Headybot.
For the thing that I use, you need to make a name. It's not just I'm typing into. I don't need to know more about yours, and no one needs to know more about mine because AI is scary. All my Alexas are listening to me, and they're gonna murder me in my sleep. They're gonna like pipe out some gas or electric shock me or something. Yeah, it's gonna like.
I mean, you go back to friggin' How 2001. It's like, is Hal wrong in the movie? He's like, the people are bad. We gotta get rid of them. So
I'm not bad.
I don't mean
if they had
individual people. I mean the idea.
Well, I remember we saw it was a new Terminator movie, and there was this AI dude, and maybe it wasn't with you, but I saw it with someone. A new Terminator movie, and there's an AI dude, and he was like a cyborg guy, but he was like humans are evil and then the other guy is like fucking humans are awesome or something. He says some dumb bullshitty thing. I'm like, actually, I agree with the cyborg because humans are.
That's what I just said. You try to fight me on it.
What?
That's what I just said. Humans are bad, and you were like,
I know, and I was just saying, I was agreeing and saying that there is another source for that. That there is another form.
I mean, it is kind of it is a an ongoing thing in a lot of those movies.
Way worse than zombies.
All right.
If there was zombies or AI take over, right? Let's say AI gets scarier and worse. For whatever reason, I feel like if zombies happened, I'd be done. I'd just end it.
Yeah, just give up. I agree. People want to romanticize like the zombie apocalypse.
Nope.
Like, who the hell would want to live in that?
Nope. Fuck that. Nope. Because you know who will win? Might will win. People with guns will win. I do not own a gun. And even if I did, I would not be as good at using it as the people who currently have guns. So, no. But AI, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like more intrigued. I would not win, but it's more interesting to me. If there's like a zombie apocalypse, though, like it would happen.
Yeah, it's out there. Yeah.
It wouldn't be a slow. I guess it could be slow, but maybe it would start slow, but then it would like vroom, like a virus. I don't know. Too many thoughts, and I am too tired to stop them.
All right. Hit the like button, folks. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Hit the little bell icon. You'll get a notification every time we're live, supposedly. Share this out to the world. Follow us on Twitch and all your social media pages, whether it's the X or Instagram, Facebook, we're the most active. MySpace, you can find me on Grindr.
You're not on MySpace still.
I am, but I don't know how to log into it. But on Blue Sky, no, I'm really not on those. But I'm on Threads, Without Your Head. I don't have a personal account on these, but you can follow Without Your Head on Threads, whatever. But really, the primary ones are Facebook, Instagram. I try to keep up with that. And we'll be back next week. Until then, though, this is Nasty Neal.
This is Annabelle Lecter.
And this is Without
Your Head.
I'm trying. I don't. Oh, there it is.